It does
Thank
look
you.
cool. I think I just assumed that it was like up. Yeah, it looks cool as hell.
Yeah, it does.
Thank you.
Love that.
Okay, yeah. Anybody else want to share any news before we get started?
I just want to say I think we're all very funny and cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad
Yeah.
someone thinks.
Yeah, totally.
Important.
Anytime I listen to a recording of us, I'm like, wow, we're all so funny and cool. Anyway, sorry. I just have to say that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right.
It's
I
true.
don't know if it's in one of the recordings, but I just remembered as I was uploading that at one point I said that Fish has hoes in different area codes.
Yeah, that's in the recording.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Cool.
Anyway, yeah, recordings are all good. I'm still on my old computer for this because the transfer is not totally complete, but my new computer works and everything is like way better. The actual like exporting to YouTube and whatever takes the same amount of time, but actually putting the episodes together and making them into a video and everything, way faster. Lightning
Wow.
speed, way less
Wow.
work.
That's great.
So that's good.
Love that.
And yeah. Also because I fucked with my settings, my computer is currently routed around my graphics card, which just has the effect of all the images I look at look really bad and low quality. So hopefully we all look fine to you guys. To me, you all look like at least vaguely blurry.
Yeah, you look
I mean,
fine.
I am
Just,
blurry in real life.
just like normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got like that Bigfoot effect. That's what Bigfoot looks like.
Yeah. Every picture you take of me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I want to start this episode with something really important, which is a warning. The beginning of this episode, we're going to get into some Isle backstory. I know some of you struggled with Aunt Caden stuff. If anything, Isle's backstory is sadder, potentially more triggering. So I just wanted to let everybody know ahead of time that there may be some kind of uncomfortable things, and I wanted to remind everyone about our safety tools. Just if you have something that is making you uncomfortable, you can just say, please move on, and I'll just finish the scene, just allude to what else was happened and move on to the next scene. Or if you're like, stop, please stop, we will just completely stop there and either take a quick break or just immediately stop the scene and move on to something else. And that includes kind of in the recordings, if someone gets uncomfortable and is like, oh, I can't hear this or whatever, and we stop it. If you want, I can edit that out of the recording, so it doesn't seem like you asked. So you don't have to listen back to yourself getting triggered. But yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone that this is an inclusive space, and to let us know how you're feeling, and to be kind of prepared because it's hard. And so we had our Fearless Sanctuary crew back from their successful missions and getting a debrief on what happened. Metal got promoted to full agent status. Cal got a new helper and some benefits with her research for participating. And you split off into two teams, Fish going with Cal as she met with Tinnitus and then made new friends. And Fish it pissed off at least one of those friends. And Isle and Metal going to see Metal's aunt Cadence, who is a horrible woman. who insisted that at least Metal, but hopefully all of you, come to a meeting of the Society for Better Governance and talk about kind of your mission and the sanctuary and sort of justify why Metal should continue to be allowed to work for the sanctuary for the time being. And as you were all meeting back up again, Isle and Metal being dropped off by Manfred, and Cal and Fish coming upstairs to take some pictures of Wolma and Kekino and get some cute photo ops. You all met back up. Things seem to be going okay, and you headed back down to the sanctuary to find someone who seemed to recognize Isle, someone she knows as Amy. And so we will open with moment frozen in time. Amy turning and recognizing Isle, calling her Gertrude, expressing astonishment and joy that she's alive, and stepping towards her, revealing the wooden leg that she has. And then we move back in time, back from when the calendar started with 19 to 18, as we zoom out, swing north, towards a tiny little village named Pine House. Little logging community. Located in this community, Isle's earliest home, the St. Albus Home for Idle Children. We come to this place where the larger society is much farther away, and so the community of Pine House and the St. Albus Orphanage are not supervised or managed in any way, and the orphanage uses this to their advantage, because in order to survive in this place far away, they need to trade on the happiness, the well-being, the even safety of the orphans in their care in order to make ends meet. It's not uncommon here for the orphans to be sent out, rented out to work for various logging companies in the area, sometimes as spotters, sometimes as workers. It's not uncommon for children to be punished for not going along with this work, or for talking back to the nuns, causing trouble. And as we see this old, rather dilapidated 3-story building of the St. Albus Orphanage, cobbled together at different times, different architectural styles, we look a little bit north into the edge of the woods and come across a young girl who will become known in time as Isle Hind. And in this time and place, the nuns have named Gertrude. You think you are about 5 years old, but you can't know for sure. Nobody has ever really cared enough to keep track. And today you have been sent out for kindling. Small pieces of firewood for the kitchen. And you know, unfortunately from past experience, if you don't find enough, or you don't find any, you'll go without food tonight. And kindling is much harder to come by in this season, the late fall, ground wet, moisture still hanging in the air. Of course, the nuns will only accept the driest sticks and leaves. And so you find yourself 5 years old in this place, searching for wood to not go hungry. What is your approach? What do you do?
I think that Isle is torn between wanting to disobey, which is a bit of a natural instinct that she's developed already so early in life, to maybe take it a little slower, maybe, try to play or something instead of looking for the kindling right away. But I think that it's maybe been a couple of days of that, and she's feeling pretty hungry. So I think at this point, she's going to start digging deeper. She's probably going to try to look in places she doesn't think anyone else would look, maybe places that are smaller that only she can get to, that the adults looking for the same kindling wouldn't get to. So scrabbling around, finding hard to reach holes, maybe getting a little dirtier than she needs to, but trying to find it.
As you walk through the woods searching for the kindling, you know all the little hiding holes, all the spots and places where a thorn bush, for example, may have kept some kindling out of the rain, and you dig in underneath and pull out some. Perhaps you knew about some of this already. Some that you had stashed earlier in one day when you had extra. I always need to make sure to bring back only just enough. And as you are midway through searching, you find a squirrel that you've been feeding, who comes down a tree branch near you and gives you just a little chitter and squeak at you. You've always had this sort of connection to animals. Not really sure why. You may have saved some seeds and nuts, things that you don't care for or are inedible for your forest friends. Have you named this squirrel?
Yeah, it's nuts.
It's Nuts. And Nuts is watching you there on the tree branch. And then he jumps down onto your shoulder, starts digging in your hair a little bit as if he wants to bury something. Do you have anything for him today? Or were you using your stash to eat after disobeying for so long?
I don't have a lot, but I do got something. I pull out a couple of cracked sunflower seeds that I probably stole from the nun's special bird feeder. And it's not a lot, but I take my hand up and present the seeds to him while he's on my shoulder.
Nuts is very excited. And he jumps off your shoulder onto a low tree branch, and he gives you a little squeak. And with your sort of connection to these woods and these animals, I think maybe he wants you to follow him.
I look back warily towards the orphanage, though I think by now I'm probably so far in I can't see it, but I can sense it. And I sigh, and I go to follow Nuts.
Give me a perception check as you turn around.
Dirty 20.
With a dirty 20, you see, as you turn around, a tiny bit of movement and just hear somebody ducking back behind one of the trees. You know that somebody is there. Not necessarily close to you, but you're not as alone in the woods as you would like.
She picks up a nearby rock, approaches just a few steps toward the sound, and says, "Who's there?"
As you pick up the rock and turn around the trunk of the tree, you see two boys that you know from the orphanage, a little bit older than you, 7 or 8. Frankie and Ernest. And Frankie, the leader, says, "Oh, well, look at the freak. What are you doing out here?"
I'm doing what the nuns asked me to. What are you doing out here?
You know, just keeping an eye on things. Looking for suspicious little girls, might get lost in the woods.
How old are these guys?
About 8. And you can see that you know that they were assigned the same assignment as you. They don't have any kindling, they don't have any sticks, and they don't seem to be searching for any.
Oh, go ahead.
You out here talking to your squirrels? Huh?
I'll throws the rock directly into the face of Frank and runs.
You chuck the rock into his face, just right into his nose, and goes, "Oh! Oh!" And Ernest is like, "Oh my God! Fucking!" And you can see him start to bleed as you run away. Do you run in any particular direction? Do you try to follow Nuts?
Yeah, wherever Nuts was trying to bring me. If that is, I guess, the opposite direction.
It is away from them, yes.
Yeah.
As you follow Nuts, going through the forest a little farther and a little faster, you still hear perhaps a little bit of sobbing behind you as this little boy got bashed. And Nuts eventually brings you to a small thorn bush, and just inside of it, under the cover of the thorns, you can see a very slight but still fruiting wild raspberry bush with a couple berries still on it. And Nuts scurries in and takes one and then pulls one down and puts it on the ground, and then just kind of like backs away from it slightly.
I think, does a little nod and of thanks. Gently takes it, holds it up, and kind of does like a, "Are you sure?" She eats it. She's really happy because it's not often she gets food, and it's really not often she gets something that actually tastes good.
As soon as Nuts sees that you're eating, he scurries away a little bit, runs up a nearby tree, and you can see as he scurries away, he's knocking over some sticks and things, and you found a little more kindling under here. And you think that you may have enough for the day with just a little more searching. And as you get these berries and these twigs, you hear the running footsteps behind you. There she is! Get her!
She's up the tree. She's climbing up the tree.
Before you can get up the tree, the boys grab your ankles and drag you out from under the thorn bush. They start hitting you, kicking you.
She's biting back.
Fighting back with everything you can. Scrabbling, taking some of the sticks that you grabbed and jabbing them at eyes. Anything that's soft. And they're hitting you. And you hear, can't really see them or protect your eyes, but you can hear Ricky saying, "Give me that rock." Takes it, starts hitting you with it. And in this time, this violence that you are unaccustomed to, but has happened before. Get that little freak! You hear, "Ow! Hey, you pick on someone your own age." And as the boys get off you, you see Amy, also 8 years old, standing down the way, another big rock clenched in her fist. And she drives them off. Helps you up. Gets you sorted. You're bleeding, battered. But she says, "Are you all right, Gertie?"
I'll be fine. Why did you do that?
They were hurting you. You can't pick on someone smaller than you. Fights have to stay between kids our own age. Come on, let's get you back. Did you... Yeah. You have enough kindling. And she takes a little bit of the extra that you had just to increase her stack a little bit. But she walks back with you to the orphanage. And you were able to pocket the berries. And you remember where the rest are. We zoom out a little bit as we skip forward in time. You are now perhaps 10, woken up from a nightmare in your bed in the girls' dormitory of the orphanage. Been having strange dreams lately and strange happenings. You woke up tonight and you found that where your hand had been resting on the wooden bed frame, a little branch had started to grow out. Some new shoots and leaves. A small little chestnut growing out of the wood of your bed, 20 years chopped down. You know that you need to leave. You've been thinking about leaving for a while. Things aren't getting better here. And as you sit, trying to be quiet, as all the other girls your age sleep around you, you hear the door open very slightly as someone with a candle peeks their head in. And you see Amy, now growing into 13, and starting to become like a little nun herself, keeping order, making sure the little ones especially are obeying. You've heard rumors. Some of the older men in the village have already approached the nuns, started negotiating a price for a year or two when she leaves the orphanage and marries one of them. It's happened to other older girls you knew, and will probably one day happen to you. It could be worse. You remember Frankie and Ernest? Frankie, you just fought yesterday over something, a splash when you were scrubbing dishes, but Ernest was spotting for the lumber crews last month, was crushed when a tree gave way. And Amy sees you and sees that you're awake here in the night and comes over to you with her little candle. Gertrude, it is far past lights out. She sits on the bed with you. Are you okay?
I'm just fine.
You know, I can talk to the boys for you, and they'll leave you alone. So I have a talk with them.
I've tried a lot more than talking, and that still hasn't stopped them. I can handle myself.
I know you can. Have you ever thought about just getting out of here? Not just the orphanage, but leaving Pine House. Having adventures. Not coming back.
Yeah.
Me too.
I think Isle looks at Amy, and that's not necessarily something that she would have expected of her.
Too bad that's never gonna happen, right? Just gotta do what we can.
What if what we can is leaving?
I don't think there's a chance, Gertie. I don't think I can hope for that anymore. Get some sleep. And she pats you on the head very briefly and gets up and continues her round through various dorms and rooms. Before you know that she herself will settle in once she knows everyone's asleep. We now cut 2 months down the road as you've left the orphanage. It's a cold night. You fight your way through the brush. There's some sense of direction. You know where the roads are, at least generally. But you've only focused on away. You left last night. It's been more than 24 hours now, and your food has started getting slow. You've been able to forage what you can. And then, just in front of you, you see him. Large moose, male, full rack of antlers. And he looks at you. He steps. And he bellows. And he charges at you. What do you do?
She stands right where she is, doesn't move, and stares at him. I think at this point, she's ready to take whatever he's got.
And as he charges, he bashes through the brush towards you. He skips a bit and stops, still about 10 feet away. Tossing his head, and then gives you maybe something akin to a nod, or just a shake of the head. Hard to know. Or it snorts and disappears, bashing into the brush. Do you follow?
She does.
You lose sight of him, it, or whatever this is. Well, you keep going. Eventually you find a road. And the road you find a building. A few dirty windows, a sign advertising some bar or another. And as you get there and poke around the trash looking for something to eat, you hear the noises inside, the cheering, the laughing. Then the door opens. Smell stale beer, cigarettes. You see the man that you will come to think of a father figure years to come. Hey kid, what you want? What you looking for?
Food?
Food. Yeah. Fuck it, we might got some table scraps. Get in here. We cut forward years now. You're 17, living with your family for a while, and things have been good, but you were raised a certain way to expect certain things at the orphanage. You've learned certain things with your family too, about how attention, even attention that hurts you, better than being ignored. About how love sometimes doesn't feel good or feel like love. How your family is violent, and how safety maybe isn't that safe. You've been watching now, coming into adulthood, just the things that you thought were okay, because at least they weren't happening to you, start to itch at your conscience just a little bit more. The violence, the fights, the debt collecting, ending in broken bones, the theft and rowdiness and fights, and then finally as things get more and more violent, worse and worse, you get a mission. You gotta track this guy, take back what he stole, and that brings you to a little village you left a long time ago. Pine House. You don't get close enough for anyone to recognize you, but you think maybe you can just see. Maybe that's Amy, walking with a man older than her. Little boy swinging on her arms. She doesn't look happy, but she looks safe. Then you find the person you're looking for. Your family laughing and joking as they take back what he stole. And they punish him for it. And he tries to run. You're the one blocking the door. But pushes past you. He runs outside. Or your father buries a knife in his back. People see, some start screaming, others investigate. Your uncle gives a little laugh and looks to your father. Everyone looks to your father. And he says, well, you remember the orders. No witnesses. And they start in. It didn't feel like running at first. When you got away from them, and you saw what they were doing. When they set the orphanage on fire. Some people got out. You saw some, at least. And then you hear the scream. You see Frankie, much older, is coming at you with an axe. And he's screaming, he's crying, and he's bleeding. And you get your knife out. You didn't mean to stab him, but you had to get him to stop, and he's crying just like he cried during all those fights. You're not crying this time. You won. You finally won, and it stopped. And you get away, and you see the orphanage, and you see the side is collapsed. There's Mother Superior under the rubble. You see Amy. She's digging the ground. She sees you. She says, Gertie? Gertrude? Help me! No! Help me! So you see her leg trapped under the pieces, not yet burning. What do you do?
Probably for a little too long. She just stands and stares.
You can see her nails breaking. She tries to claw her way out of this. You've seen a lot of injuries at this point. The leg is crushed. There's no saving it.
I think she shakes her head. She can't do this, any of this, anymore. She turns towards the woods and starts to run.
And as you run towards the woods, fire getting farther and farther away, the screams starting to leave you. You see, stepping through the brush, large male moose, full antlers, chunk taken out of his side by something, bleeding, piece of antler snapped, slowly weeping blood into its eyes. And it lows, not the strong bellow of before, just a little. And as that groan echoes through all this time, these ages, back to Isle Hind, a different woman, much older. The groan of the moose mixes with the groan of the wooden leg as Amy steps towards you. Years from when you last saw each other. Her eyes seem to light up. And she says, Gertie, you're alive. You're okay. And she takes a step forward and just really looks at you and goes, wait, no, sorry, I remember you left. You you were okay. And then look at you now. What was it? 50 years ago you left, 60 almost, and you're a magic person if you're here. It's great. I never thought I'd see you again. You remember me, right? The orphanage?
Isle runs.
Gertrude?
I'll cast Grease.
You
And
make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Fish is in the middle of making something up, so it's like, well, you must be magic if you're here, and they're like, what's magic? Oh, wait, what?
Wait a minute. Wait.
Oh goodness.
What are you talking about? Magic? Wait, where are you going?
Yeah, Metal was like, "Oh, do you know?" Oh.
This is the lobby of the sanctuary. Tops the Krenga is sitting behind the desk. So trying to deny magic at this point would be strange and difficult, but you might pull it off. And I need
Are they making the dex throw?
Yeah.
I need to make a dexterity saving throw
Sorry.
as liquid darkness splashes over the ground and it becomes slick as you try to run away.
For what?
Right.
What did I ever do to Cal?
No, she just has a very, and like I was thinking about this. I was like, she has a very instinctive when somebody like bolts, she's like, stop. Like she did the same thing to Sarah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is true. I thought you
Sorry.
said Grace, and I was like, "Oh, that must mean she's helping her run away."
Right? That's
It's
what I
like
heard
a
too.
Grace period, but no, you said Grace.
You see. She's got enough grease. She hasn't bathed in years. Sorry. +1. That's I was just looking for a long time, even though I rolled a 4.
Very optimistic.
Yeah.
You're like, maybe
Well, you instantly eat shit as you turn around and
Nice.
try to run away. Amy looks at the others kind of shocked and then steps onto the grease to try to help you up.
Not
Fish
the wooden
also
leg. Not the
immediately-
wooden leg.
What's
Yeah.
your spell save DC for grease?
13.
Okay, yeah. Also, absolutely eats shit next to you.
Wow, Cal. Nice.
Oh no,
Hurting the
Metal is-
disabled. Real nice.
Metal is definitely reaching like hands out for both of them, trying to help. Like, oh, what is happening? Like,
Yeah, Fish does not care about this stranger, but they immediately jump to Isle's side, like, avoiding the grease on the ground as best they can, but
reaching.
if I have to roll as well, that's fine.
I'd say
We
two
all-
people eating shit are enough.
Okay.
we all fall.
That's enough dumbassery.
Cal just standing there as everybody's going,
Yeah.
whoa,
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah, you sort of penguin walk, you sort of take your time so you can avoid falling down. You can probably grab Isle and help her up. Amy will kind of like flail out and probably
I think
grab.
Metal will help her. Yeah.
Yeah, Cal
Metal's
goes
leg.
over Isle and goes,
Yeah.
why are you running? Why are you running?
Isle's trying to escape any human contact. Like, at this... Does grease affect a snake?
Affects anything that is on the ground.
Damn it.
Damn.
Okay, well, so as I'm picturing that she's just like, freaking out. Fish is like trying to have hands on her and be like, "Whoa, hey, yo, hey, it's all right. Calm down,
Nope.
calm down."
No calm.
Cal has like put the camera down on the Kranga guy's
Isle
desk,
takes a picture, or Cal takes a picture of...
and
Look
she
at my
turns
friend.
and she walks up to Isle and she goes, "Are you in danger from this woman?"
What?
Isle says that doesn't matter. I just need to go. I just need to go.
Good.
Tops has also now stepped out from behind his desk and is using his very long limbs to kind of loom over you all while staying out of the grease. and it's just like, do any of you need assistance? And sort of like anchors metal and Fish's hand, tries to like slide them out of the grease so they can get their feet under them and not fall again.
At this, I think, and like the non-answer from Isle, I think Cal, in all of her spooky ookiness, turns to, I'm assuming at this point, like an 80-year-old woman.
She looks to be in about her early 50s.
Okay, so match it somehow.
Moisturizer, baby.
Yeah. And again, she seems to not be having a existential crisis, the fact that there's a giant Slender Man here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So Caligulus leads over her now, and she's like, "Are you seeking revenge, or you are owed some sort of debt?"
I think Metal's like distracting and like, thinking Amy like, oh no, let's come over here. So I have this conversation.
Are you asking Amy?
Amy or
Me?
Isle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're asking Amy? She's like, yeah, I am looking for revenge. Is that your power? How did you know that?
Isle hears this and is like, fuck!
I
She knows she can beat the shit out of Amy, but she doesn't want to. Wasn't planning on doing that in her lifetime, but
Oh my god.
better
Caligulus says, "Well, I cannot allow you to kill her
What?
unless
this her.
Why would I kill Gertrude? I just found her again.
you said you were seeking revenge."
Yes. The people who killed our village. Gertie, let me help you up. And reaches out for you. Do you
No,
do you just kind of stay away?
I'm scrabbling away. If I'm out of the grease, I'm getting
So you
I'm greased up. Grease lightning.
so a creature that enters the area or ends its turn there must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. So you need to keep throwing dex throws to get
Okay.
out.
I'd say with advantage because Fish is helping you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Fish has still like got hands on her, and very much like not even sure what to begin to say, but definitely just gonna stick right beside Isle for this.
Yeah, Cal is like, we're in our shadow corner and no one's talking to me comparatively, so I'm not letting you out.
I rolled
Hands on her hip, like mom pose.
God. 10 plus 1's a freaking 11.
Oh my
That was the highest. So I'm still greased.
You're still greased and still kind of slipping and sliding and can't really
Mooney,
get your feet
this
under you.
narrative oil is really putting a dent in Niall's plans.
She I think she tries to reach out to you and then try and like flail away from her. You just kind of slip and slide more, and so it doesn't obviously read as you trying to get away from her. So she leans on Metal and through her tops and kind of limps out of the oil so that she's okay, and she's still turning to Cal and is just like, I mean, if anything, finding out that someone else survived, let alone is magic, that's great. I've been on a mission of one for a long time.
Cal nods at this, then goes back to Isle, like scrambling, scurrying, and like I'm sure like kind of swatting Fish away, and then like kind of like haunches down, and she's like, and not as low as a whisper as she's like, do you hate this woman? Did you intentionally were you trying to kill her and were unsuccessful?
No, no, I don't hate her. No, I wasn't trying. I have to go. Please, did you do this? Did you do this
is
shit?
me.
Okay, can
Yeah.
I go?
I have yet to hear any sort of answer from
Is
you
that-
that seems to explain why you are
If you
running
had
from
to
this
go off-
woman.
To go off to your graveyard party, I would let you go. I
Are you
wouldn't turn-
going to a
I-
party?
I wouldn't turn. I don't know. Maybe you're gonna go hang out with all the necromancers, and maybe you would want to get away from them. And I wouldn't trap you in a place that you obviously didn't want to get trapped in.
She
I was also saying this all very loudly, like within
Yeah.
earshot.
I think Middle's like, oh no, your dress is all messed up.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Let me
Ungrace me. Bench.
Cal makes veiled to eye contact with Fish.
Denia, let us go. I'll come with you. Like, you want to get out of here? We'll,
No,
like
you
let's
don't
go
need
to
to
our
come
room.
with me.
Yes, I do. What's wrong?
Isles in hell.
You can do another dex throw.
All right.
Yeah, it's about
good.
time.
Cool.
With advantage.
All right. Finally, a fucking 19.
Well done.
Isle bolts. Isle's going for the pen that Wilma's in.
You get back into the elevator, slam the kind of cage door closed, and punch a button that starts heading you back up to the hotel. As this is happening, Amy has been kind of wiping off a little bit of grease. Tops has given her a little hand towel, and then she turns around and goes,
I think because it's Shadow, Cal dissolves Shadow, and as she's trying to like wipe away the inky blackness, it just sort of dissipates.
it doesn't like get on the towel at all. You just kind of like wipe it off, and then the towel is still clean, and there's no darkness anymore. But she turns around and suddenly realizes that the elevator is gone and Isle is gone, and it's like, dear, was it something I said to Metal?
And I want to say that I'll like pushed Fish down and they fell on their ass as
Mhm.
they are wont to do.
Yep.
And so they're just kind of sitting there looking at where the elevator was, where Isle used to be, and going, oh.
I think
That's it.
Metal, I think Metal's like, oh no, I think she we just had lunch. I think her stomach is upset. She just got a phobia of like throwing up in front of people, so I'm sure it was that.
Or she was going to go take a shit in the
She's
woods.
just shitting.
We always did
Oh.
that when we were kids too.
Oh.
Metal's like,
I
oh
was gonna-
wow.
Friends? Oh, you wouldn't know that unless you were friends with Isle. Okay. Yeah, Fish
Oh
gets
yes, no,
does
we
some
were
stuff.
raised together, and I admit the facilities in the orphanage were rather bad. So Isle started a rather disgusting habit of always going outside. I'm sure that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, she did.
She's not even around here to defend herself, you monsters.
We're all like, yeah, that's so. I totally makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you still? I don't. Are you still friends with her? Because I do not know if that is I am trying not to be too rude.
You're doing a great job, Denia.
My endless gratitude for the compliment. I would not put that as behavior as someone happy to see you. Do you have any evidence counter to that? You know her so much better than we do.
Well, I was friends with her quite a long time ago. I haven't seen her since I was maybe 13, 14, somewhere around there. She just she disappeared one day. I assume she ran away from home. My presence might bring back some bad memories. Yeah, maybe that's it.
How old
Oh,
are you now?
Oh, never ask a lady her age. That's rude. But I believe I just turned 71. I want to say.
But based on your looks, you might. Are you magic yourself, ma'am?
Yes. I sort of assumed with our surroundings. Yes, I'm what you may call a near knee. Tops is now like helping get fish out of the oil and
No, I dissolved it.
around then it's dissolved and he's
You just
like
wanted
heading
to put
back to
fish
his
in oil
desk
because it's funny.
and
A tasty treat.
yeah and he turns around and he says, I believe the word you are looking for, Miss Williams, is a neoteric. Yeah, that.
Oh, congrats. I don't have no idea what that is.
Thank
Anyway,
you. I only kind of just learned. Yes. Oh, excuse me for being rude. I haven't introduced ourselves. I'm Lepidophy Williams.
nice to meet you. My name's currently undecided. With a capital C, capital U.
Gotcha.
This is Fish, as you heard me say just a moment ago. I am Cleric Denier. I had just met a mortal maybe 40 minutes hence, so I was. It is not completely unheard of to have mortals in the sanctuary, but
Oh,
Yeah, there are some cool
honor to
models
meet
out
a
there.
honor to
They
meet a neoteric.
Have I ever met a neoteric before? I don't think
probably
so.
not.
Yeah. So I'm actually like,
Oh, I didn't know they had mortals here. They have mortals here.
At least one.
Tops is just like I believe the cleric is speaking of Miss Jessie, our maintenance woman.
Metal's like, you met
Elective
Jess?
wife.
Oh well, good, good for her, I suppose. Yeah, I've never done any kind of this sanctuary things. I'm sorry, I got your names and you, Miss, to Metal.
Oh, I'm Metal. I'm Agent Bond.
Oh, agent. Never met an agent.
Oh well,
Very nice.
we're not all that common, so.
Oh, yes. Well, like I said, maybe it just brings back bad memories. I was just here for some paperwork, and she has like a stack of folders and paperwork and such that you can all see are kind of marked with the symbol of the Sanctuary Archive. These are clearly like copies of documents, and she I'd say without an insight check, you can see that she kind of like puts her body between you and the documents, that she slides them into a bag. Like she doesn't want you to look too closely at them necessarily. Are you all friends with Gertrude?
She goes by Isle now. I totally respect that that's the name you knew her as, but she's Isle to us, and we're her new best friends.
I see.
Yes.
I just met Isle a week ago. I do not consider myself her best.
I think
Oh
we're
well,
all pretty close.
I'm her best friend. We've been traveling for a little while now. Yeah, you could say we're pretty close.
Oh, that's wonderful. As her best friend, are you sure she's okay? She's
Absolutely not. I'd very much like to leave this room right now and go and see her.
Fish, you can go. We can hold down the fort and see if she comes back this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great to meet you. I gotta go.
Yep.
Metal. tosses Kekino to her. Run.
Oh my goodness.
Goes.
I think in an attempt to perhaps talk to this woman longer, Metal's gonna be like, "Look, a seal!"
Oh
Kicking
my
up. Oh,
goodness. You are a seal. I'm Kekino, and it talks.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say, the sorceress world is wild.
Frantically pushing the elevator button.
Yeah, it definitely comes down and it opens, and you can go in. Meanwhile, I think Isle has grabbed Wolma, and Manfred has driven away. There doesn't seem to be any cars kind of out. What is Isle doing in her escape plan?
Alright. I'll grab Wilma and said, I have to go. Are you coming with? Can I roll animal handling to just yeah. Do I know her? I basically manifested her out of my other sick animal handling rolls. Do I know if she wants to come with or not?
Give me an animal handling roll, and I will say, like, you might get a sense of something.
Yeah, that was a hot one.
Okay. With a, what is your modifier? Is it 4?
I believe, yeah.
Okay. So with a hot one, total of 5.
Actually, it's +5, so 6.
Okay. Total of 6. You get her, you kind of pick her up and look her in the face, and she goes, ah. And you're like, I'm talking to an animal and expecting a response. I don't know what's going on here.
No, I
This is just a sheep.
take her under my arm, and we're going. We are leaving the sanctuary.
She doesn't seem to be fighting you, but she is kind of like wiggling her legs, like,
Yeah.
I'm off the ground.
Yep. Mhm.
How far
Okay, you
behind?
just like running through the woods.
Yeah, we are
How
getting
far
out.
behind am I?
I would say that you are probably close enough behind, stopping with Wolma and the elevator and such. You can probably see Isle looking it through the trees if you roll high enough on perception, but you're not like
Mhm.
right behind her.
All right.
Give me a
well,
perception check.
yes, I'm coming out the door. I am scanning file. Scan complete. 19 plus 2,
Ooh.
that's 21.
Girl,
You absolutely see Isle. She is just kind of like breaking into the tree line around the resort. And she's a little bit slower because she's carrying a lamb. You kind of her fluffy butt walking back and forth as Isle is
God.
booking it. So yeah, you see exactly where she is, the direction she's going, and you can kind of keep track of her.
Oh, okay. Isle! But obviously she's not gonna like turn back because that's not the type of person she is. So Fish is going, oh fuck. And as they pull their hand away from their head, I'm using the spell Encode Thoughts for the first time, everyone. Putting a finger to your head, you pull a memory, an idea, or a message from your mind and transform it into a tangible string of glowing energy called a thought strand, which persists for the duration until you cast a spell again. Fish goes, ugh, and the message is, fuck, I'm gonna go find Isle. Alright, see you, bye. And
Bitch
it's
sends a
just gonna float-
picture of their dick to Isle, being like, "You're gonna miss out on all this."
Basically, it's like, leaving a post-it note, but magic post-it note,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find, bye, yeah. And
Yeah,
so-
it
I
gets
love
Al, and
it.
she's like, ew.
So-
Ugh.
Given your kind of background and history, what does the note look like physically? It's sort of this magical construct that comes out of your mind. What does it look
Yes.
like?
It is as if Fish physically wrote this note, and Fish has very messy handwriting.
Mhm.
Not in like a cool, dignified way, like Caligulus, but in a
Yeah.
when they really put their mind to it, like they have actually can do very nice handwriting because like they were taught to do so. But the way that they prefer to just naturally write is just it doesn't matter. I know what it means.
Mhm.
Is Fish right-handed or left-handed?
ambidextrous.
I knew it.
Mm.
And so yeah, just it's like a written note, and partially images like scrolled like lines, scribbled trees, stick figure going in there. Like, this is Isle. She went. I'm following that.
Mhm.
That's what I'm following, and that's just the thought that now exists physically.
It
It's
actually
the Ramona Flowers drawing, but it just has antlers.
Yeah.
you pull it out of your mind and it flutters to the ground as if it was real paper, but you can see it's not being affected by like the breeze or the wind or anything, and it just kind of hits the ground and then stays there, kind of unmoving. And you've left this note.
And
And you
doing that, bolting right after Isle in the direction.
bolt
I
after
asked.
Isle.
Yep.
Okay, as you two are running through the woods, I think we'll go back to Lepidophy and
Okay. What is? Can you spell this for me?
you were actually
Please help.
pretty close.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
When she picks up Kekino, and he says, "I'm Kekino," she goes, "I'm Lepidophy, but you can call me Liddy."
Liddy. Cute.
Put a
Gosh.
liddy on it.
The Liddy. The Liddy. The Liddy.
I read a book that had a song called Big Titty Liddy in it, and I feel like Vienna would
That's her.
appreciate that.
Yeah. I do.
Why do I feel like that's Pretty in the Night?
Staring at this aisle for the rest
Oh
of my
no,
life.
it was not getting in the night.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Metal feels called to do, except perhaps just distract this woman for longer, and also is like all these revelations, like orphanage, Gertie, oh, Metal used to shit in the woods, etc.
Used to.
Still does.
Gosh.
Caligulus turns to Tops and is like, "Is there a tea set and kettle readily available anywhere?"
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Is there a tea set and kettle readily available anywhere?
Of course. I am nothing if not a good receptionist. And he stands up from his desk and opens just like a little side closet, and he gets out a full, not super nice or expensive, but a porcelain tea set with little rosebuds going on it. And yeah, sure. Collect a small box of teas, including oolong. Sure. That he brings out for you.
Is there a kettle, or should Miss Mont do the honors?
There is a tea pot, but there is not a kettle. There is, in fact, entirely like separate from the set. There's like a pitcher that he just kind of like fills up in the sink.
Metal's like, I can make it hot. I think there's a moment where like maybe Tops is like about to leave, or he's like off to the side. I think Metal will be like, oh wait, yeah, and then be like, who was that guy that you were talking to? He looked so familiar. I think she pretty much recognized him, but she's gonna ask anyway.
Oh, you were speaking of Investigator Grumble. Yes. The investigation team seems to be back from their various missions.
That's a good thing. That's like a good thing.
I'm also realizing I wrote up like a little like here's the investigation thing that I just forgot to send you in the off week. So I was like, yeah, you caught a sight of him, you'd know who he was. So I
Yeah,
guess I'll just say
fine.
it verbally now.
Sure.
Yes, the investigation team for the sanctuary is kind of rarely here. They're mostly off doing stuff, and they don't often work together because Canada is a big country, and they also have the kind of thing that Skull and Valkyrie have of being like they're well regarded, they're very talented, so they kind of get loaned out to other sanctuaries and other areas. You know, the same way in the short stories, they're like, oh, we got sent to like Michigan to solve a mystery or something. The Canadian sanctuary team also will be like lent to like, oh, you know, we'll send one of them to Japan because they need help with an investigation, or we'll go down to the U.S. and help. So they're kind of all over the place. If Skullduggery Pleasant is like absolute top tier, most famous investigator, the head of the investigation team for the Canadian sanctuary is one tier below. She was investigator Wilkomandros Zolt. Was a investigator during the war who kind of cut her teeth and became famous for reconstructing like leftover signs of attacks during the wars and figuring out you know, how people like entered secure locations, where they escaped to, how many were there, things like that. And she's partially, at least a little bit, kind of famous for her powers. She is the only person you've ever heard of that kind of has time adjacent powers.
God, don't get her started.
One of the things that makes her so effective is she has the ability with enough physical evidence to create something of like a visual reconstruction of what happened like in a room temporarily.
Oh my god, very cool.
Damn.
It's
Yeah.
like not time travel, but it's like looking back.
Yeah.
Something.
Yes.
Sounds
Got
like the
it.
setup of a crime show.
That
Time
one
travel.
part.
Time travel, as far as you know, is entirely and wholly impossible. People with even like time adjacent powers are like almost unheard of.
She can do the thing that Gwen did in Across the Spider-Verse. Thank you very much.
Oh my god.
With the machine.
Oh
Show
yeah,
the spot.
Exactly.
Yeah,
100%.
thank you. I'm
Exactly.
glad you got there.
Not to that level of detail, but yes, exactly that. And there are two other investigators that are on her team, a little bit less famous than her. There is Saber Grumble, who you just saw disappearing down the hallway, who also kind of became an investigator during the war, although he was not operating in Canada. He was mostly in kind of Eastern Europe. And the youngest member of the team, Kat Arett. That's exactly what I imagined.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the investigation team. You know, honestly, you know, like big important things are happening when they're not just here; they're all here.
Oh, I heard. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that must be a little crazy in here. Something must be going on.
Yes,
Cool.
they are here for the investigation into the attack, and I believe they were interviewing a man who was captured during a mission in Saint-Jérôme.
Is that your freaking stalker, Mads?
No,
No, we killed
No.
him, right?
he's gone. He's gone forever.
Good.
He did not
He's gone forever.
die because Metal and Cal made the choice to not kill him, but he was knocked out and rearrested and taken to a secure location
You should have
where he
let
was
Yeah, a big secure location where he can run around in the field. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Free roam
Mhm.
criminal.
Oh, hi,
Yeah.
Teddy.
And here he is.
buddy.
Oh, it's Teddy.
He's got that,
Plot
that savory
twist.
dog smell.
Oh, I know it. I love
Yeah.
dog smells. One of my favorite smells. That's my secret.
Wow.
Yeah. And I hate the smell of cut grass, but I like the smell of dirt. That's your Vienna facts for the day.
These are all Isle facts too.
Yeah, also. Oh my god, he's such a little guy.
Yeah, he's here today.
He
He's
listens.
just
He
in my lap.
playing.
He's so
That's
pretty.
very nice.
Oh my god.
Teddy, look. Teddy, look. Look.
Hey,
No,
buddy.
not at me. At friends.
Teddy, Teddy, my love, Teddy, my love.
Also, I
Teddy, my
realized you both just got
love.
haircuts.
Pardon?
You also Teddy also just got a haircut.
Yes.
Ooh.
We coordinated.
Freshly cut friends.
Both looking good.
Now we
Both
can
looking
wear the shirt that I got for him that says Macca's on it. Anyway, sorry. Back to the important stuff.
No, that was really important.
It's important for Vienna's health that
really
she
is.
make eyes at a dog like pretty regularly.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when she was visiting us last time, we actually like made a trip to the dog park for her to just sit and absorb dogs. It's very important. Very important for Vienna.
Healing.
Okay. Vienna, remind me to later send you pictures of the Pikmin dog.
I will. I am excited.
So I think Cal hands like the teapot with water to Metal, and then takes out an ice cube, or not an ice cube, sorry, a sugar cube, and does the equivalent of like knocking a tiny bit into a teacup for herself, and gives the remainder of the ice cube to Kekano.
You'd flick off just a couple grains and pass it to Kekano, who goes like definitely can't like chew it because it's like this sharp cube, but it's like he got a little treat and he's a little guy and he loves that. What I was saying before was it seems like from what Tops is saying, the Sanctuary team was just interrogating the guy who got picked up in the with the info you gave Tinnitus. That there was a sting operation where I believe we established previously you knew that one enemy kind of agent, enemy person had been captured. Seems like the investigation team was doing the interrogation and have just now returned. Liddy is there with Kekano. He's enjoying his sugar cube, and Metal is heating up the water. And she turns to Cal and is like, "Oh, is the tea for me as well, dear?"
That was my intention.
Okay, I was going to head out, but I think it may be good to leave Isle to her own devices for a little while. I don't want to seem like I'm following her if I'm causing her distress. Yes, tea would be lovely.
I think Metal like heats it up and is like just pouring it now. I don't know.
Yeah,
He makes
pour it
tea. I
into
don't know.
pour it into the teapot. Tops offers you the box of teas if you would care to, if anyone would care to pull out a tea. And you've got some lovely tea steeping there, and there are some kind of small couches off to the side because this is the foyer to the sanctuary itself. Sometimes people, including dignitaries, have to wait out here for a little while. So there's little places to kind of sit down with your tea and get comfortable. What do you all do as you sit down with your nice little tea?
Oh, Cal just awkwardly, silently, despite the fact she was the one who organized it, just sips her tea in complete silence.
Metal's like, okay, well, uh, um, yeah. So, you said you were getting revenge. Do you need like help with anything?
Actually, dear, I'm so glad you asked. You said you were an agent, right?
No. Yes, I am.
Perhaps you could help me. Yes, quite a while ago, during the I think you all just call it the war against Malevolent. I think
Oh
if
yeah,
I'm saying that
sure.
correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there was a group that attacked my village where I was living,
Oh
killed
no.
quite a lot of people,
Oh no.
and there were uh, uh, there was very few survivors,
Oh,
unfortunately.
no. I'm
Um,
sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that.
uh, Thank you, dear. My memories from the attack are fairly scattered. I don't remember much or what they look like. I just remember that there were 5 of them, I think. Um, 3 men and 2 women. I think I'm fairly sure. One of the women was very tall. Um, that's about all the detail I have. So I came here to find some information. Uh, uh, Mr. Tops was helping me along with the archivist, saying that uh, if I could find who did this, they may be able to establish whether these were people who were involved in the amnesty after the war or not. Apparently, it is just okay that even though they killed everyone I have ever known, they just get to get away with it in order for peace after the
Oh,
war.
okay. Oh
Sorry,
goodness.
I'm getting a little heated. But yes, if you wouldn't mind, I have some documents to look through. But if you could, if you have any contacts or ways of finding things out as an agent, maybe you could help solve this little mystery for me.
Oh, well, I mean, I I can help where I can if you can like, leave me your contact information. Um, if anything comes up.
Oh, of course, dear. I'm staying with some friends in town while I just sort of sort through this. And let me. I believe this is the address. And she just on like a little tea napkin. She writes down a address in Ottawa, kind of in the not as good part of town, kind of the opposite side of town from where um, the Dentail house is. But she includes that in a home phone number. Yes, just asked for me. I'm staying with a friend of mine, and anything you could find out would be very helpful. If they find who did this and they haven't taken the amnesty, we can of course bring them to justice.
Um, for sure. Um, this town, is this the same town where you grew up with Isle?
Oh, yes. I am afraid it wasn't until afterwards that I sort of was able to travel a bit after losing everyone. Um,
No.
and then, strange things started happening, and I just dealt with it. But apparently, that makes me a magic person. And as I was asking around and trying to find out what happened, I learned about the sanctuary, and now I'm here.
Do you have a equivalent to your discipline in your neoteric state? Are you at all close to any sort of elemental or adept magic?
I am not quite sure on the details of what you're asking, but I suppose I could give a demonstration if you would like. Um, uh, Mr. Tops, is there anything you wouldn't mind losing, not getting back?
Cal volunteers Kakano. Just
I'll kill that seal.
Are you an
No.
elemental or an adept? Like, what kind of discipline do you
She
have?
just
Well,
stabs
dear, I don't know
Kakano.
what
Yeah, that was
that
it.
fucking means.
Yeah, I am my own thing. um, um,
I knew it.
Tops brings her a pen that's out of ink, and kind of collects the tea service and brings it back to his desk. And she's like, "Thank you, Mr. Tops. I've have some strange things that have happened with me, but this seems to be the main thing, I suppose." And she holds up the pen, and she goes, and her throat and parts of her face get veined in green, and the pen turns to stone, like almost instantly
that's
from
what
the
I
tip. It
thought.
petrifies, it gets turned to stone, and she then hands you a stone pen that is completely stone, and as you get it, it actually like snaps a little piece off. It crumbles a little bit. It's very fragile. Um, and she kind of puts it in your hand without letting go of it, and she says, "I look forward to doing this to people who killed the ones I love." And she just puts a little bit of pressure on the pen, and it shatters into dust.
Oh my god.
How goes neat?
Metal's like, oh wow. That's very impressive. How did you learn that you could do that?
I was,
By
I
screaming
was,
a lot.
yeah, I was
I was in
actually,
a metal band.
I was actually trapped under a building,
Have you guys had
um,
a
uh, long ago, and I can remember screaming for help, and at some point, uh, I just felt something welling up in me, and I screamed towards the building, and part of the building, and my leg turned to stone, and sort of shattered, and then let me get free, and now I got this. I'm knocking on her wooden leg.
Damn, that's hardcore. Um, well,
I will say I am somewhat jealous of having the ability to do other interesting things with magic, but this power serves me well.
um, well, okay. This has all been very fascinating. Goodness, do you have any other questions?
That's it for me.
Well, there isn't anything else, dears. I think we've given Isle enough time. If you wouldn't mind if you see her again, I should say when you see her again, just let her know that I have missed her terribly over the years, and she disappeared from the orphanage before the tragedy of that destroyed our village. I'm not sure she knows, and so if you wouldn't mind telling her or calling me, and I'll tell her.
Oh goodness, okay.
And if if she's perhaps feeling a bit better, or I don't I don't wish to drag up bad memories of the orphanage, but I would like to see her again, spend some time with her, spend some time catching up. Thank you, dearest.
We'll pass that on. We have your contact info, so if you
Will
hear from
you-
us. But if you
Will
don't,
you will you be returning to the sanctuary regardless of words from us?
Perhaps based on the outcome of some of these documents, I may have other people to speak to or other documents to search through. I'll be in the area for just a little bit longer, at least. Well, good day. Watching Ink struggle was very funny.
He just popped up like Josh.
Yeah.
you're muted.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And stay out.
He's such a bastard. So yeah, Noodle Teddy was sitting on my lap. Noodle showed up, saw that Teddy was sitting on my lap, was jealous and angry, and was gonna jump up on my shelves as usual.
Mhm.
So I moved Teddy, put Noodle on my lap, and then everything that you just saw.
And then
It occurred.
And he became Jaws. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think we just kind of like watch her leave, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I don't know what to make of any of that. But I know that Isle seemed upset.
There was a mention of a tall woman. Have you ever met a woman taller than Isle?
I mean, I haven't met that many people. I'm only 20.
or Metal. Metal says I only know 8 people and 4 of them are
And then
you.
Cal's like, I'm much older than you, and I've met significantly less people.
Yeah.
We're about even. Yeah.
Cal goes,
I suppose I haven't met that many as well. Tops, have you met any human women taller than Isle?
Oh,
Isle Hind.
one or two. She is a very tall woman.
Tops, have you met a lot of humans?
Oh, I would say yes. I've met quite a few. Many during the war, and of course here at the front desk, I meet everyone that comes in and out.
Well,
I mean, I will say, I do not believe Isle's actions were those of a innocent woman who was just trying to avoid a awkward conversation.
whoa. Are you saying what I think you're
Jesus
saying?
Christ, Cal.
I don't think that's what we have to assume. Maybe she was also there, and maybe that lady is the one.
Oh, you think she has murdered the woman who did not know she was magic was murdering towns of people and is
don't
now
know.
turning around and trying to pin someone else on the crime with the crime?
She could have lied. You never did.
oh yeah, I know. Cal's
Could've
got a
been lying the whole
conspiracy
time.
theory.
Cal has decided to hate Isle from now
Yeah.
on.
She decides to hate someone else in the party once a week. Fish has
that's
gotten
valid.
it off her back.
She's got her new best friends, and she's like,
Yeah.
well, now I have
Yeah.
to actively get rid of these current best friends.
Yeah,
I think
get
Metal's
them
like,
in jail.
she's like, I mean, I don't know, and I don't know why she would do that, but I also have only had 2 missions so far, so I can't say for sure, but I think we need to speak to her, but it's, at the very least, we got her side of the story, I guess.
Fish probably has it, unless you think that I need to be there for some reason.
Aren't you concerned?
I am intrigued, but I do not believe that. Well, she seemed very upset with me for stopping her with magic. I probably would not help if I was there.
Well, she did
Though I
fall.
might be able.
She did
It would
fall.
also require running, Metal. Running.
Moving speedily.
Well, I guess we can't do anything about it now. But perhaps I will just walk casually up and down the hallway where her room is until she gets back, and then I'll run into her, and then if I feel like we need to have another meeting, I'll go find you.
Fine.
Okay.
Do not let her know I accused her of murder.
Metal's like, I would like to forget for the sake of our friend. Also, you said you met Jessie.
Oh, yes.
Isn't she lovely?
So is Kekano. Kekano's there. He can also
Yeah.
attest.
I.
Jessie is nice, but does not like Dad.
Oh no.
No, she did not.
I feel like if Cal giggles, Metal's like, what? She accused Isle of murder and then was like, oh, it's so funny that she hates fish. And I'm like, what just happened? Oh, well, I've been gone all afternoon.
Many things have happened. World is in a very different place.
Lots has changed. I've been through it. I threw up earlier.
I think we will, unless you have anything else you want to finish up talking about, I think we will move to Isle and Fish.
Yeah, I think Hal just picks
Please.
up her camera, content with ruining all of her friendships, and goes
Yeah.
to the archives.
Burning all the bridges and goes to take photos of Swifty.
Yeah, Metal's just gonna go start wandering around.
Okay. Then where? Let me ask Vienna. Where does Isle stop?
She doesn't. Once she hits the tree line, she, if thou will allow, transforms into a moose with Wilma just like on her back, like legs on either side.
You can get Wilma on your back. You can try to like grab her in your mouth and hold her. Give me another animal handling check to see how well she like goes along with this.
Do I get advantage as an animal?
I will say no.
Okay, that's all right.
Sheep.
Yeah, she's
I don't
she's
know
a
the
sheep and you're a
famous
moose.
sheep and moose.
I
You
should have
know,
given you disadvantage, but
Unusual
no.
animal friendship. Right. Well, that's an 11.
Okay. With an 11, she immediately tries to slide off, and you kind of like shrug your moose shoulders and get her back on, and she goes, nah! And then immediately tries to like stand up and jump off the other way, and you kind of bat her back on with the antlers, and then she kind of settles and realizes this is you and is willing to not try to escape. Okay, you're booking it through the woods with that movement speed. Fish can't keep up. So the distance between you starts increasing. With that perception check, I'd say you keep track of her until she's fairly far away. Eventually, you do reach the end of this kind of hunting preserve natural area that the hotel is in. And it starts to get a little more rural. There starts to be asphalt roads and small towns and other people. Are you just a moose running through it all? Carrying a sheep?
The goal is to stay within the woods. If
Okay.
If we've reached the edge of the woods, I suppose she's just getting as far as she can, or if she can see like woods in the distance, she's going
Yeah.
for the next woods. It was
Um,
great playing with you
Into
guys.
the woods.
I'll never
Yeah,
see.
bye.
We'll never see you again.
Yeah, I
Kyle
can't wait
has
till you
left.
roll for a new character.
Yeah.
As you reach the end of the woods, the direction you were running in it does sort of lead to the more kind of rural area. But the woods are kind of circular, so you can hang a right or a left and kind of keep in the edge of the woods. Between trying to get far away from fish and the extra and trying to kind of stay in the woods. Why don't you give me a stealth check as a moose?
Yeah.
That would be your moose dexterity.
Yeah, let me check that real quick. I don't have my aminals. Aminal folder. Let's play a game called Which Folder Is It In? You know, I rolled a 7. Is it gonna make a difference either way?
To do a 7, I'm gonna have Fish roll another perception check with disadvantage because you're in the woods and it's far away. I do think that a moose has a negative dexterity modifier.
Probably.
So I could double check.
Here, I got it.
If anything, that would make it worse.
Young moose, opening it up. My computer just wants to die.
Understand?
Is it Dex?
Yeah.
It's +0, so 7.
Okay. Just a flat. What was it? 7. Okay, flat 7. Give me that perception check with disadvantage.
Okie doke. Okay, well, my advantage roll is 20, and disadvantage is 14. And hold on, perception, that's +2, so 16 in total.
Okay. Moose Isle tries to like bob and weave. You actually kind of, as she reaches the edge of the forest and the woods start thinning out a little bit, you can get a better sense of where she is. She kind of stops and looks around and then heads off in a direction. But you see where she's going, so you can continue to follow. I need both of you to give me a Constitution check.
Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's my moose con?
Fish had apple juice earlier, so they're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
They're feeling. I don't know if Isle's eating.
I was always eating. And
Okay, so my Constitution is a -1, like that's my modifier, and I've rolled a 4.
What about Isle?
10.
Okay. With a 10, Moose Isle is starting to flag a little bit. Can't quite keep up as much speed, but is because she's been now running for almost at a dead sprint for like half an hour. But she's still able to move with some speed. Fish, you're feeling so winded.
Yeah.
You've got a stitch in your side. It's just everything hurts.
Why do I wear 5 sweaters? And a vest?
You're imminently in danger of heat stroke.
Fish
Not
just starts
giving up,
dripping.
though. Just to be
Okay.
clear.
But you do have to slow down quite a bit more, so the distance is going to increase even more. And I'll say we just kind of continue like that for a while. What happens with Isle? Where do you end up? I mean, I think eventually Wilma isn't going to be okay being on your back
No,
anymore.
she
and try
won't.
to escape again.
Unfortunately. I think that probably once Isle finds like the quietest place she can, wherever that is, she will stop and she will kneel and she will let Wilma slide off her back and like probably look at her kind of apologetically.
Give me a nature or survival check.
All right. Is that wisdom?
I believe so. It's on your character sheet. I think nature is intelligence.
Nature's intelligence, survival is. Yeah. So I will keep that. That's 22. 22.
Okay.
I won't let Wilma die.
With a 22, you manage to find a quiet little glen. There is a sort of low and slow river feeding a pond that has clear water in it. It's shaded here, and the trees and brush makes something of a wall, so it's a little bit secluded, not easy to kind of get in here. You manage to force your way through with your big moose shoulders, but you are now here in this glen. You let Wilma slide off your back, and she totters around, kind of has the shaky lamb legs after so long riding on a moose. But she starts lapping up some water and eating some grass. And this seems like a good place to rest or hide or something. I think that if Fish continues to look, the chance of you finding this hidden glen is fairly low. I will still let you roll for it if you like, but I think at some point you probably, do you give up or do you just stay out here looking for Isle?
At the point where it sort of becomes clear to Fish that like she is really good at getting away, and they're not going to actually find her, they just sort of find a rock and sit down and think, fuck, I hope she comes back. I don't know where I am. Also, was there a town, like there was a, like at the tree line, it was like sort of rural, you say?
Yeah, and you could see a small town in the distance, but you kept going in the woods, so you would have to find the edge of the woods and then figure out where you were from there.
Okay, so no matter what I do, I'm pretty fucking lost. Maybe I don't have anything. I left my seal back at home. I'll guess I will look for the tree line, see if I can just hang out there, make a camp. And in the meantime, I'm gonna blasphemous dart this tree to show that I was here.
Yeah,
Ew.
you shoot the tree. It kind of makes like a fist-sized like indentation in the tree, in the bark. Bark's all kind of splintered up, and it chars a little bit. A nice obvious mark if you know what to look for. And yeah, then you try to make your way to the tree line. Give me either a survival or nature check.
All right. I don't want Fish to die in the woods, so I'll do survival. 1! 3. Fish is gonna die in the woods, guys.
I was gonna turn around and be like coming back, and then they'll be like, "Oh my god!" And it's just
Yeah.
like fish on the ground.
Trips over corpse.
Yeah.
You're too far from your microphone.
Vienna and Ink are going to roll new characters, so Cal's plan is perfect.
You can be Jesse and Jamal.
Finally.
All right. Vienna, do you want to be Jesse or Jamal?
I'm good. Listen, you died for me. I'm letting you pick.
As
Handle metal if it's just metal, so this is all great.
you know, as Fish searches for the tree line or anything that kind of looks familiar, you check where the sun is. You are like, okay, I think I remember like moss grows on a certain side of the trees. You do that, and you kind of go there, and then it's like, oh, there's some bushes in your way, and you kind of bash them. Kind of bash the bushes out of the way, and then right in front of you is a tree with a fist-size dent in it, kind of blown with all the bark out of where you hit it with a blasphemous darts before, and you're right back where you started.
Okay, here's what Fish does. They lean against the tree, and they go, and then like to the sky, like, why didn't teacher teach me anything? And that's just yeah.
He absolutely taught you how to survive out in the wild. But he taught you in the outback, which is very different, and you probably weren't paying that much attention.
No. He's just like, oh my god.
Skipped the Coldplay lessons.
If he let me take his hat, I would have been fine. I'll. Oh, I'm just gonna sit down.
As this has now been taking place for like an hour, so I think we cut back to Cal and Metal at the sanctuary. Anything you wanted to be doing? You said Metal was just going to wander around the hallways.
Yeah, I think a little bit. I think
Okay.
she's definitely like she probably did like poke her head out like the front door. And I imagine she found Fish's little sticky note. I was like, okay, well they're not out there. And then like I was like, okay. And then and goes downstairs and was like wandering like the halls in the hopes that she'll run into them. I think she's also thinking hard thoughts about everything that happened this morning, and is just generally like needing a little needs a little friend sleepover, but all the friends are gone. So she is like just thinking thoughts and walking around and hoping for the best. Watch her run into Jessie, and she's like, "Oh my god, I just met Collisionist." My new best friend.
As you are spiraling, you do run into somebody.
Oh no! Oh no! Damn.
You hear the click-clack of heels down the hall as you turn around and see Elder Delore and Elder Volate in conversation about something. And Elder Delore sees you and says, "Oh, just a moment." And then
I'm gonna turn around.
walks down the hall to make a beeline for you.
Oh, look at this! Oh no, I forgot. I had to turn and go that way.
Lady Bond. Hello, your ladyship. Were you doing this fine day?
Actually, it's agent. I just got promoted, so
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah,
Well, agent
yeah.
will never be as high as a scion of a wonderful legacy family.
Well, it feels pretty. It feels like a huge honor as somebody who works at the sanctuary. So I'm so excited about it. Anyway, well,
Of course. Well, if you wouldn't mind, if you got a little time in your schedule, I'd love to talk to you about the society meeting, and you know, of course, I'll be there with you, and maybe we should talk about what we would like to say, and
I've been thinking about what I'm gonna say. I don't
and what
know.
is that?
Well, I wouldn't want to spoil it, so but I've been drafting
do
it.
tell.
Yeah. So I wouldn't want to share it ahead of time, but I have like a whole first draft, so it's looking very good.
Oh, be bad. Just tell me what you're doing.
Oh, I couldn't possibly. Anyway, so good to see you.
You give me an insight check.
Okay. I was like, fuck this lady. Oh, okay. Is a 19.
Okay. With a 19, you can see that she is sweating a little bit. She is like,
She's gonna get in trouble.
She is technically your boss because she is an elder of the sanctuary, but she also, as you know, represents the faction that your aunt belongs to, of sort of wealthier, more established, primarily white sorcerers, and you are a part of a legacy family, and she doesn't want to piss off your aunt, and in this moment, we really really, really needs you to say good things about the sanctuary so she can continue to have her job after this meeting. So
Oh,
she is
good.
very, with that 19 insight, you can see she is really, really pissed off and angry because she wants to order you to do something and knows that would be the wrong move. But yes, you see this rather short woman in a Caucasian woman in heels, wearing a nice skirt and blouse, just kind of quietly fuming while having a really fake smile plastered on her face because you're telling her to fuck off, and she's like, "I could fire you."
um, yeah, no, I think she's still not gonna tell her anything. But I think if I see Volate, she's behind her and they were just talking.
Mhm.
I don't remember if Metals met her before or just like not really, but
Just in passing, like you haven't even really like exchanged words with her. Like you were introduced to her in sort of a a council of elders meeting as kind of like,
yeah,
this is
yeah,
our
yeah.
new staff, here's Metal and also other people. You know, you may have said hi to her in the halls and she just kind of nodded instead of saying anything back. I wouldn't say you've actually met her in any capacity.
I think I'll be like, if she's like kind of over there, I'm gonna be like, um, how about this? How about this? I will maybe I'll see you later and we can like talk about it a little bit. If you could introduce me to her, because I'd really like to speak with her. Seems like you guys are
Elder
getting along.
Elder Volate. I mean, we're discussing business, of course, but nothing could be as important as you know,
But
making sure.
if you'd introduce me to her, then we could talk later.
Persuasion check.
Listen to me, I could get you fired. Oh no! Oh, I got an 8. Damn.
With an 8, I would say that she she looks at you. She looks at Elder Volate, and then she's like, "Well, I don't see the harm. What to be efficient, why don't I look over that rough draft of your speaking notes while you're having this meeting, and I'll just go introduce you right now."
Shit. Well, my handwriting is actually not very good, so I'd have to type it up for you, but I could have it typed up
Oh
by
no, dear!
tonight.
I'm sure your handwriting is wonderful. I
No,
know
it's
that.
something I was never very good at, so that's like one of the things that I didn't practice a lot.
I'm sure Lady Dentel would not have even let you out of the house without with the finest handwriting. Representing the family, after all. But I think I can go and introduce you, if you would like, my lady.
Please do.
She brings you over to Elder Volate, who is kind of an unusual type for the sanctuary, because this is Canada, the sanctuary bringing mages and such from all over. It's a little more diverse than kind of Canadian sanctuary, Canadian society in general. But it's still predominantly Caucasian and Native American. And Elder Volate looks like North Asian in some capacity. Northern China, Mongolia, sort of far eastern Russia, somewhere in that region. And she's very kind of big and broad woman. She's rather tall. She's thick set in a way that speaks of like a lot of muscle. And she is wearing kind of like a brown kind of men's shirt, but in like a very old style, and like riding boots that are tucked into riding pants that are tucked into like fur-lined boots, and the little green kind of capelet, robelet that the council of elders wear to denote their station. She doesn't wear. She's tied around like a sash belt. And as you approach her with Elder Delore, probably brings to mind some rumors about her, some kind of things you've heard. She is the elder who is kind of the least likely to be a political person. You get the sense that she was sort of forced into being a elder by politics. She's very outdoorsy, and she has a lot of ties with like the smaller communities that were only recently kind of tied into the sanctuary. She is a dimensional shunter like Canton, although of a wholly different type. She seems to be still like an explorer, but take it seriously and not be there for grandstanding, and uses her powers to kind of help others and help communities. But the rumors you've heard about her are twofold. One, and perhaps the most interesting, she supposedly never lies, ever. And as part of that, one of the
Very
reasons
cool.
that she doesn't seem cut out for politics, but one of the ways that kind of manifests is she just doesn't talk. She speaks incredibly rarely. Even outside of the oath of kind of honesty, she doesn't seem like a talker or particularly extroverted person. But her opinion is very valued. So you've sat in on council meetings, and she will very rarely contribute. But when she does, everybody stops and listens to her because they value her opinion. And if she chooses to speak, it probably means she has something important to say. She doesn't waste words. And the second rumor that's kind of tied in with that is, by the same token that she never lies, supposedly, she supposedly never breaks an oath once she gives it, for any reason. And those are two reasons why she is, a kind of quiet, more reserved person, and doesn't seem to be particularly friendly in any way. But that's also why you've never really met her or spoken with her or had a relationship with her. She's kept to herself, and when you've said like, "Oh, hi," she gives you like a nod and then moves on. And it's also why you never thought to ask for information about the tattoo or anything like that, because she doesn't talk. Why would she talk to you? But now that you think about it, if you can get her to talk to you, you can guarantee that her information will be good. She doesn't lie.
Shit. Oh my god. Okay.
And so as you head over, she is having a quiet, mostly one-sided conversation with someone who works for the administrative staff before they nod and get their paperwork together and hustle off. She notices you coming with Elder Delore, and Elder Delore is kind of click-clacking over and says, "Oh, Dahlia, the Agent Vaunt, Lady Vaunt, wanted to meet you and make your acquaintance. Seems like we've never really chatted of any kind." Elder Balate is just kind of like, And so I thought I would make some introductions. We all get to know each other a little bit better. Lady and Agent Metal Vaunt. This is Elder Dahlia Volate. Elder Volate. This is Lady Vaunt of the Dentel family, also one of our agents.
Metal is, I think I feel like Metal wants to be like her usual like very boisterous self, but is one annoyed that what's her face is right here, and two is like she's like a reserved person, so I have to be cool. Okay, okay. And she's like, it's so wonderful to meet you. I have wanted to be formally introduced to you for quite some time, but I didn't want to intrude, so I just thought I would take a chance and say hello.
Hello. I enjoy meeting new people.
um, um, I did have something I wanted to speak with you about. And I'm just gonna look at Delora and be like,
Oh, really, my lady? What was that? You have a question for an elder?
well, I just had something I wanted to speak to her about in private. So,
Elder Volate kind of looks at you like an uncomfortably long time, like very considering look. And then gives a very short nod.
where are you?
And Elder Dolores just kind of like, oh well, we all have access. We all have various strengths and weaknesses. I suppose you could ask her for help rather than myself, but that's totally fine. Of
Yeah, it was
course.
so good to see you. Yeah, I'll see you later.
And
Bye.
then Elder Volate is like, Elder Dolores, you may leave us.
Hell yeah.
Of course, Elder Volate. That would be my pleasure. I will see you at the council meeting. And with your previous insight check, Delore hates her. Yeah. Delore fucking hates her.
I think as she walks away, Metal's gonna be like, I'm really sorry. I hope that wasn't rude, but I hate that woman. Sorry. Anyway.
Follow.
Okay.
And she just turns around. She walks past the kind of vestibule that takes you into the Council of Elders part of the sanctuary. You go through the meeting room where the elders meet, where you've been a couple times, and into the private area of the elders. She brings you to her door with a small brass plaque with her name, and you have had reason to be in Elder Dolores' private offices. And you know people who have been in Grand Mage Ridgeback's office. So you know that for both of them, probably more by preference for Elder Delore than Ridgeback. You get the sense he was probably forced into it a little bit by Administrator Tone. Your office is, still sort of a public place when you're a public figure like this. And so it is sort of styled to impress. It's, there may be some aspects of your personality, but it is an office, and it's usually kind of clean and a little minimalist. You have your most exciting like trophies of like artifacts you've discovered and enemies you've defeated kind of on display there to impress people. Entering into Elder Volate's office, you see the opposite of that. This is an office that has never been styled for another human being coming in here and experiencing it. There is almost wall-to-wall books and tchotchkes and little weird statuettes and figures and masks. The The walls are absolutely and completely covered with things. Give me actually a perception or insight check.
18.
18?
Yeah.
Okay. With an 18, you can see that none of this is, nothing here is dirty or dusty. All of these books have clearly been read. All of them have been opened and read and put back. There is organization here, although you don't, you can't conceive of what the organization would be. It's clearly for her rather than for other people. But you can see that as crowded and cramped and full of stuff as this office is, it's still organized and clean and nice. And, the towers of books are kind of pressed against the wall. There's walkways, the chairs are clear for guests, the desk is clear of everything that's not needed for current work. And you get the sense that this is not, a disorganized space. It's just a personal space. And Elder Volatility is someone who has a lot of stuff and really likes books, seemingly.
Of her.
She gestures for you to take a seat at one of the guest seats on the other side of the desk, and she sits down at the desk on the other side of you, and without speaking, just kind of raises an eyebrow at you, like, kind of, why are you here? Why'd you want to talk to me?
Oh, okay. Well, okay. She's gonna pull out her little drawing, and it's gonna be like, I speaking to Elder Longfisher. I don't know if you know her. Anyway, she said you might know something about this.
Know something about this. And she slides the drawing over, and then she makes eye contact with you, and she says, I can't say that I do.
Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, do you recognize it or anything? Not at all?
I can't say that I do. Why do you want to know?
Oh. Well, I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of disappointing, but I thought,
Hello.
I can't hear you, hon. Too far away.
Trying to lie better. She can't. I can't say.
I don't think Metal's picking up on anything. She's gonna be like, well, okay, I don't know. Well, I don't know if you've heard, but something happened when I was younger, and there was a fire, and then my parents, and then somebody saved me, and he had this tattoo, and I've been trying to find him, and I've been showing it to everybody, and nobody knows what it is, and I don't know how I'm supposed to find him if nobody has even heard of this. I heard a little bit of something recently, which is promising, but like I need to know more before I go there. Anyway.
She's kind of not along to your story until you the point of, and then you see from this mark, she just kind of stops and narrows her eyes a little.
You sound funny, Patrick. You sound funny. You sound
I don't
like
know.
a wig.
What?
Yes.
You do a little, but I did hear you.
I'll just.
You. Hello? No, we killed him.
We killed him. He's dead.
Oh no.
I'm the DM now.
Whoa. Fish
What happens?
Fish dies and ascends to the Heaviside layer and now controls the game.
Yeah.
Fish becomes God. And everything was beautiful and
And
happening.
that's why all those people with put the little fish on their vans.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is that Catholic? I don't know.
The Jesus fish is more of a Christian thing, and yes,
General.
there is a difference.
All right.
Man.
Okay. That
Hey.
seems to have worked. I came
He's
back and and none of you were here, and it was just all blank screens, and nothing was working, and so
Oh no!
I quit Discord entirely to see if that fixed it, and it seems like it did.
Yeah. I did hear what you said that she was not interested until I said
Oh,
that
she
he
was
saved
she
you.
was nodding along like she'd heard it before, but then
Oh, sure.
she kind of narrowed her eyes when you mentioned someone saving you. She again just kind of looks at you for kind of an uncomfortably long time, and feel free to make an insight check anytime you want.
Yeah,
for
I
her.
think I will at the arrow narrowing of eyes. It's 12.
Okay. With a 12, you can kind of obviously see that she is considering, she's weighing, she's making choices and discarding them and making other choices.
Mhm.
And she says, "This is important to you." Not a question, more of a statement.
I think Metal's had such a hard day that she's just like, yes, it really is. I really want to know. I really need to see him.
She stands up from her desk and is kind of looming over you now, and she says, "Agent Vaunt, do you enjoy reading?"
Oh yes, I've read quite a bit as a child. I love your collection.
Thank you. That is good. I also enjoy reading, enjoy meeting new people, learning new things, learning about new places and customs and cultures.
Mm-hmm.
If I can't be there in person, books can substitute. Would you care for a
Sure.
book recommendation?
I feel like Metal's not. She's like, okay.
Kind of sweep her fingers over the books and goes back and pulls out, not like it was purposefully hidden, but a very small cloth-bound book with sort of a light brown cover, no title on it. When she pulls it out, she looks at it for just a moment, considering again, and then lays it on the desk in front of you. I believe this may be good reading for you.
And I'd like flip through it to see if like I'm like picking up what she's putting down here. Like,
The first page is the title page, and the title of the book is A History of the Political Structures of Sorcerous Europe.
oh,
So sounds like incredibly dry reading, but she's
okay.
probably giving this to you for a reason.
The title is
Well-
His Name is Billy Bob. He's
Metal's
also
like,
from
"Damn."
Cleveland.
He's the brother of Dean. He's Billy Bob Dong.
No. I think Metal's gonna take it very seriously then and be like, okay, thank you. I will read this and I'll return it to you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll
Do
let you
you
know what I
sort of-
think. I'll give you my review anyway. Sorry.
Book report.
If you wish to.
Okay.
As she kind of looks at you again, and she's not really hiding her emotions. You can even with that kind of lower insight score, I think you can kind of tell that she's like trying to communicate with you like entirely through facial expressions. She's just kind of like she's trying to give you something through this, but you're not quite picking up what she's putting down.
Oh no.
But she stands up and gestures over to the door and opens it for you. And as you're leaving with the book, she says, "I have had problems in the past with people borrowing my books and not returning them.
Oh no.
I recommend that you not show this to other people.
Oh. Yeah. I think she's gonna put it in her pocket and be like, I wasn't planning on it.
Do you know the problem with always telling the truth?
You can't lie.
The truth gives you a foundation, a bedrock, makes you immovable. Lies are slippery things. As a politician, I've found I am expected to lie more often. And it would make things easier. Do you know the problem with always keeping your word?
No.
Sometimes it conflicts with an inability to lie. And then she closes the door and just kind of leaves you out there.
And Metal's like, that was mystifying. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm a changed person.
I can't believe I got to go in there.
Has she just been like waiting like a sphinx for someone to even speak to her so she could pull that shit
Yeah,
out? Like,
totally.
I think Metal's like put her hands in her pocket where like the book is, and she's like, oh my god. And then she's like gonna start like moving really fast and is gonna walk very cool. Be like, hi Barbie, like on her way back to her room so she can look at it.
Okay.
she opens the door back up and it's gone. There's just a wall behind the door.
Who's
I
Elder
want-
Volate?
Elder
never-
Volate has been dead for 20 years.
That's an empty office.
It
my
used to be
God.
a library.
As you are shuffling off with your newfound book, I would like to check in with Cal just a little bit. So you're heading back to your room and taking photos of Swifty.
She would only do that really like briefly because she really has been wasting this entire day.
Mhm.
So I think she would go to she would I think she would go to Metal's room and then see if like Metal leaves her door unlocked or something like that.
She does. I think she does.
Um,
Unless she's in there reading the book at the time, in which case she probably did lock it.
Yeah, this is like right after.
I would say, yeah, you go looking for Metal. This is probably when Metal is actually having this talk with Elder Volate, just time-wise. Do you just kind of like go in her room and check if she's there, or do you kind of like hang out there a minute?
I knock and then I see if I hear any like
Yeah, because Swifty would be in her room. Yes, you
Yeah.
hear a little.
She's dying.
yeah.
She's like, Cat, are you hungry?
Are you opening the door and saying this? Or are you just talking through the door?
Talking through like a slit in the door.
I suppose that's probably Cat for hungry.
And then I look back and I was like, wait a minute, what happened to Kekano? And see if Kekano's just like following me anyways.
Yeah, Kekano has been like sliding along the ground behind you because you didn't pick him up anymore. So he's like at your heels and is like, yes, she says she's hungry.
All right.
So then I like open the door a crack and then see if I can see Swifty just having the door like very slightly open.
Swifty shakes herself out of like a little bed of blankets and sheets and towels and comes over to you and she's just like, meow. And
Okay.
Is like, she would like a snack at least, and perhaps attention.
I pick her up. And then I go to Kekano and it's like closing the door. I'm like,
Does she need to go use the restroom? Need to be taken outside? Anything like that?
Kekino translates. Swifty turns around. You can see that she has peed on the towels because she's not litter box trained. Kekino then says, she would like to go outside if you are going outside. She wants to spend time with peoples.
I've been outside for too long today.
And then I think she looks at the pee towels and goes, "That's a metal problem," in her head, and then just closes the door.
Yeah.
I think she probably just starts walking over.
Do you grab Swifty or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick her up in her hand. And then is like, I really don't want to go into the kitchens. Ooh.
Kekino, if I have you meet me back at the archives, would you be able to make sure that Swift Rabbit is fed? I have spoken to far too many people today.
I will do my best.
And if you do need help, you can come find me. But only if you need help.
Do you give Swifty to Kekino then?
I hang up Swifty by her little armpits, and I'm like,
Do you want to stay with me or go with your brother?
You.
All right. Meet me in the archives, Kekino, and don't bring anything too messy.
Not too messy. Got it. And he starts sliding off at increased Kekino speed. You have left Metal's room very quickly, so you don't see Elder Delore go in there, notice the door is unlocked, and start very subtly looking to see if Metal has her speaking notes out somewhere.
Let's just say Metal hasn't written anything, so they don't exist.
Yeah.
Pee towels.
She's like,
Yeah,
oh god, what's happening?
She just sees a pee towel.
All the tissues from Metal crying the night before.
Yeah. The trash can is overflowing with tissues.
Everything's fine.
well, I go to the archives with my cat, which are definitely allowed in libraries.
Yeah. As you are in the archive, Kekino scoots back in as you're sort of getting set up. You're there like 10-15 minutes before Kekino scoots back in, and he has a little like paper bag in his mouth, and he comes in and he noses the bag open and kind of like makes it like a little place setting, and he unwraps a tuna sandwich, and then he kind of noses over the bread so that it flops open and just starts eating the bread while Swifty runs up and starts eating the inside of the tuna.
Clid just goes, good job, and gives him a little like pat.
She hates the smell though, so she like takes out like another piece of fabric.
You
Puts it
definitely
under the other ones.
you prepared for this, so it's definitely like, yeah, on this article of clothing, I unpin these and then it folds up into
Like a
second
gator.
mask that
Yeah.
goes under the veil. So I don't have to smell anything. There are some archivists around, kind of sorting things. You have set up at one of their research tables, which is kind of away from the actual materials and books and such. So you are allowed to eat here. You are not allowed to eat here at the same time you or anyone else has books. So you would not be allowed to like eat here and start research at the same time. You'd have to like set up on a different table as like the research table. But
Yeah, I think she sets them up somewhere in like a non-intrusive corner by the door and something like that. And she goes, I will be, and then like points at like a completely empty table that like no one's even like near at a nearby table. And she says, I will be set up there. You can join me when you're finished eating.
Okay. As their munching, you see a kind of tall figure shadow the door frame, and then Jamal comes back in, and he's like,
Why did Matt leave?
he's like, he's talking to the archivist. He's like, hey guys, how's it going? Hey Jamal.
I'm here. I can hear. I'm just over there.
Okay, good.
Don't worry, I'm not missing it.
I got some stuff here, and I want to pull this and this from the archives. And have you seen Cleric Reverend Denier today? And someone's like, yeah. He's like, oh, okay. And he comes over. He's got a bunch of pieces of paper that he spreads out. He just like sits across from you on the table and just like spreads out all of his stuff. Doesn't ask permission to like sit down or anything like that. Just gets everything all set up. He's like, okay, I spoke to the one of the librarians for the Library of Central Ottawa, and I think I may have found that book you were looking for. It's they don't have a copy on file. They're sending one. It's gonna be here. They think in about 2 or 3 days. But it was tough. Don't get me wrong. It seems that it was published anonymously originally, but then in the second printing, it included an author's name, and that was the E. Shepherd that you found. So I think this is what you were looking for. I also found this other book by an E. Shepherd, but the year is different, so I wasn't sure if maybe that was like a mistake or something. And he passes over to you two like handwritten notes. One is a record of a book that is called. I actually wrote this down, and I'm trying to remember. God, do I have to look it up? Yeah. It is called the Light of Life, meditations on other worlds. And it is written by, you see the note is author unknown dash second edition author Elise Shepherd. And written in 1933 or 37 or whatever it was. And then the second printing is like a Edward Shepherd written like a year afterwards. That's like airplane mechanics and you. So clearly not what you're looking for, but he tried. Is this the right one?
Saints, I did not expect you to get this information within a matter of hours. You are impressive at what you do. I will not eat the airplane mechanic one, but anything, any printing, any edition, any article related to the one by Elise Shepherd, I need as soon as you can get to me.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I went ahead and ordered them, so they'll both be arriving. I'll just let my friend know to cancel the one by Mr. Edward. And yes, it looks like what we'll be getting is, and he's like flipping through his notes. He immediately like knocks a bunch of pages off the table with his elbow. it is just like, it looks like you'll be getting, the third edition with revisions. So that will probably be here in a couple days. And then I actually found some other works by Miss Shepherd, if you are kind of interested in that sort of spiritual new age style book.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
I've got, let's see, I've got On the Wonders of Life. That's kind of a short one. It was published by Elise Shepherd here, 1942. And then we also have On the Principles of Faith. Looks like the second edition is in Vancouver, so I could probably get that sent over. And that was written by Miss Shepherd and another author.
Ezekiel?
Excuse me?
Ezekiel?
No. This is Elise Shepherd and John. Sorry, I can't read my own handwriting. Denizel, something like that. Yes, that was published just a few years ago in 49. So, do you want any of these? Will this help you find the necromancers?
I was given a tip when we were on our mission. This author may have relevant information, so I don't know if it is a worthwhile lead, but I should at least pursue it to its fullest.
Absolutely. Yeah, whatever I can do to help, I will make those calls and get these for you. Try to arrange that. I'll try to find this second book. Maybe a private collector has it somewhere. And yeah, I also and then he looks for the notes and then realizes he drops them on the floor, picks them up and kind of reorganizes them. I also took the liberty of sort of organizing your notes that you gave me about some of the people you were looking for, and so you had kind of gotten to a point in your research where like. I've told you this, but this is for everybody. Necromantic temples in the New World kind of follow a different naming scheme than Old World ones. They have kind of poetic names that also kind of hide where they are as a security measure. So Cal has, for example, found reference to the Temple of the Hollow Graves, but not necessarily any information about where the hell that is. Versus in Europe, it would be like the Temple of Venice. With the amount of research that Cal has done so far, you have narrowed it down. You've gotten a sense of which temples are in the Canadian area and which ones are in the US or more kind of like down in Mexico. And you've tracked some necromancers that have moved from those sanctuaries to the Canadian sanctuaries kind of during the war and in the pre-war. You have a sort of a record of who has been who is missing, who is dead, who is presumed dead, who seems to have moved to a different sanctuary. There's been at least 2 people that seem to have moved to like semi-heretical temples that may not be operating with you, so it might be hard to get a hold of them. You can see that Jamal has kind of condensed all that down into some organized lists. There's no more like people's names scratched out because you confirmed they were dead or things like that. Everything's very nice and organized. All your information is there. And there has actually been a little bit of an addition to your work that you don't remember. There are a couple names on lists that you don't remember putting, and you had sort of a general. You narrowed it down to a general area where the Canadian temples were, but you see that one of them is a little more precise than you had in your notes. And as he hands these over to you, he's just like, I started some of the research already. Little known fact, little archivist trick. Necromancers, so they're like in Canada, they're supposed to be like internal affairs, so that's like internal affairs documents, right? And he's like immediately knocks over a pen off the table. But like there was this one archivist who did some of the necromancer stuff kind of during the war, and he really didn't like necromancers. Like that's not me, but like he didn't really like necromancers, so he would purposefully list them as foreign affairs because they were like foreigners in the place, and so he would do that. And so some of these documents were mislabeled, and so I found them and sort of organized and added to your list here. And yeah, what do you think?
That's excellent. I will admit I was afraid that. Oh God, sorry. What's my Tone? Sorry, I was afraid Tone would have given me a deliberately mediocre archivist, but this is impressive work. Thank you. Are your hands full? Do you need a new task?
I was just going to, make those calls and start doing some sort of background research, see if there's anything that is kind of, this is all of the archivist stuff, but we've now got access, if you want, to like the more sensitive things that like the elders have, and so I was going to kind of just look in there and see if I could find anything that was interesting to you, but if you've got a new task or somewhere you want me to focus or what have you, I'm happy to do that.
That's all excellent, and I want that all to be your highest priority. But if you run out of those tasks and you do not see me, something should not take you very long.
And then she gets notebook, checks notebook, then gets to the one with like her sigils, and then she starts just doing her like rips. And if you like winces, she goes,
My apologies, I will fix it.
rip.
He's still kind of like flinching a little bit each time.
Stacking up all of the sigil notes.
Okay, stacking up all the sigil notes. I am sending you your Cal notes, by the way. And it is not wanting me to send them to you. Send. There we go. And he takes your scattered notes and kind of organizes them, and he puts them into a nice big file where they're safe. And he's like, yeah, anything for you, Reverend Cleric? I will take care of it.
Thank you.
I'm gonna do a good job.
I actually believe that you will.
Thank you. No one ever has any faith in me.
Your methods may be not as neat and orderly as some would expect from an exemplary archivist, but it is effective and it is fast.
Thank you. I think so too. That's very nice. Yeah, I'll just I'll get to work. And he gathers his notes up, and you can see he seems to be starting in the archive itself, just double checking that there wasn't anything he missed. So he's kind of wandering around. You can see some of the other archivists kind of laughing behind their hands about him, kind of getting saddled with you. He just seems like he's like not super well liked.
Those bitches.
Yeah. And yeah, he's off to work. I also just want to remind you that you got a coded packet of information from the clan, and you gave it to Metal to translate. I assume you did at least some of it on the drive to and from your aunt, but if you were like, I was too distracted.
I don't think she did. Yeah.
I don't think she did. She's definitely not working on it right now either.
She puked on it though.
Mhm.
I wipe my face with it. Yeah, I think you'd have to go find her, and she's gonna be like, "Oh, yeah,
Right, that thing.
got it." Cool.
When Jamal leaves the table, she gets one of her little like pitch black hankies and like dabs under her veil.
Oh my god.
Kekino comes up to the table and is now
He
kind of
sends feelings.
sitting on the table and keeping you company. Swifty is todding along behind him and is able to jump up onto the table too, and kind of curl into a little bit of your dress that's draping off. And Kekino goes, "Collisionist doesn't have feelings.
Right.
They're secret feelings." And as you settle into work, we are going to cut back to Fish lost in the woods. And
Lost in the
very
woods.
comfortable in the woods.
I reread the lyrics and I was like, this is going straight to my Fish Isle playlist.
Wow.
Now you're gone.
Yeah, what do you think Isle has done in the meantime?
Listen, Isle at this point is like, well, the jig is up, time to start over again. Like, she is planning on making a fully new life for herself. What are we, like, an hour and a half into her running away? Yeah.
Probably at this point more like 2 hours or a little bit more. But yeah.
Cool.
It's starting to be like 3 o'clock or so. Sun's getting a little closer to the horizon there.
I guess I thought that it was night, and I just, if I feel like it's less dramatic to run away just like at noon.
It's still some
Let's
daylight
get lunch
left,
and leave.
a little bit of day, but yeah.
How's Wilma doing?
Wilma seems to have settled into her new little place, but she doesn't necessarily seem interested in leaving again.
Isle's deciding she probably won't make another move till tomorrow. She especially if Wilma seems tired. She might make her way through town. Once they get through the other town, and she's ready to just like keep going, I guess. Just find somewhere that nobody knows her. That's her plan. Right
The
now,
most important thing for Isle is nobody knowing her.
Yeah.
And then we got the person that knows her best, Fish, lost in the woods,
dead.
spiraling, starving because you haven't eaten in probably like 2 hours, and everybody knows that you're in the woods, that means death. Have you tried anything in the meantime to try to figure out where you are or get saved or anything like that?
Well, I had to sit at the base of the tree that I blasted with my blasphemous dart, and felt sorry for myself for a bit. Okay, get back up and try again to find the tree line, and I'm gonna roll survival on that again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to remind you that you have magic powers.
They've been abandoned fully.
Nah.
You can like float up into the trees to try to look for the tree line. I just remembered you have locate animal or plant, so you could literally do a spell and be like, where is the nearest sheep?
Fucking god.
Listen, Fish is stupid, However,
Closest
Just so
creature or
distraught.
plant of that kind within 5 miles. Yeah, Island and Wolma are definitely within 5 miles of you at this point.
okay, well, listen, Patrick, if you want to play the game for me,
I'm not saying,
then
no,
I'll
I'm not saying that.
locate
I'm
the
just
plant or
reminding you that
animal.
it's funny. I'm just reminding you because I think it's funny. I think it's totally valid that Fish is not in the headspace to do that.
No, they're not, is the thing.
Fish
They
cries
need to have
himself to. The fish floats into the air and then just cries himself to death.
No, look, it'll
Fish
take them-
cries, floating, and everybody's like, "It's raining."
And that, good children, is how the second flood started.
Yeah, it's gonna take Fish a minute not to be panicking and lost in the woods and potentially have lost Isle forever.
Mhm.
Because in the same way that she's spiraling, that also it would be like, fuck, she's too good for me. I know that I can't catch up with her. If she's gone, she's gone.
Yeah. A
Fuck.
lot of self-doubt, a lot of bad
Yep.
feeling.
So, Treeline, survival roll.
Yeah, survival or nature.
Oh, I love it. Fish is gonna die in these woods. That's a 3, so 5. They do another lap and find the fucking tree again. And like, oh shit.
Yeah. There was a period of time that there was a period of time where you were like, oh, these are different woods. These don't look familiar. And then you instantly find the tree again, and it turned out you just like went in a slightly different direction than last time.
Okay. Are there any animals around, like currently?
Give me an animal handling or perception check.
I think perception might be good.
You see an 80-year-old squirrel, and his name is Nuts.
His name is Nuts.
Yeah. Oh my god. Alright, so I've rolled a 4, that's +2 either one that it is.
Oh my
So
god. Fish is literally just dead.
There are some animals, but you just see like a glimpse of like a rabbit really far away. You see just like some movement that might be an animal. You see a squirrel near you, and then it immediately runs away.
and just start using base speech, just calling out in general to any animal that might be around. Has anyone seen a moose or a sheep recently?
I'd say, yeah, give me a persuasion check.
Sure. And this
Or
would be another
performance. You can do performance.
I was
if you
gonna
want.
say,
Yeah.
it's just
Hey,
monologue.
I'm fully gonna make use of the numbers on performance. Just because in case I roll a fucking 1. Oh. I've rolled a 15.
Oh, okay.
So well, adding performance to that, that's a 21.
Nice.
Birds come to wipe your tears.
Yeah. I'm Snow White now.
There is there's a little rustling kind of near you, and then a skunk pokes its head out of a little burrow and goes, "Why are you yelling?"
Oh,
I thought it was gonna be a cute baby skunk.
Cause I'm distressed. I've lost my friend.
I'll give you something to be distressed about. I'm napping.
Please, I'm sorry. Just, have you seen a moose?
Yeah, I've seen a moose. Is that it? We all see mooses today?
Oh, no, tell me where it went. Tell me where it went. Come on.
Oh, I guess it went like that way. It had a sheep on it, which was weird.
Oh,
Also
no, that's
disturbed my nap.
like you are currently doing.
Okay, I will shut up and leave you alone right away. That way, you said? Okay, I'm gonna go that way now. Thank you. Goodbye. Um, go in peace.
Burrows himself back in. Yeah, you definitely got a general direction. I would say that with the incredibly shitty survival rolls, you definitely are like get to the right part of the forest that Isle is in, but you aren't able to like track her in any capacity because the skunk said go that way, and then you were like yes, absolutely, and it's like you actually went that way, but you weren't sure because you can't keep a straight line in the woods. So you're in a new part of the woods. You are a lot closer to Isle. You don't know if Isle has stopped or not, so you don't know if you're any closer to running into her. But you're in a new part of the woods.
Oh man. Let me just check my inventory. No, nothing can help me.
And I'd say that in the direction he was pointing, because of the way Isle traveled, you get to within near kind of the edge of the woods for a little bit. Like you can see where it is and kind of just make a mental note of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess I'll go in that direction. Maybe I'll see her.
You can give me another survival check. Otherwise, I think that Sanctuary Security will probably find you at some point.
Yeah, alright. Survival. Let's go.
I think Metal's gonna send out a missing persons team.
Yeah,
It's like,
it's been, like,
please.
They're
Metal's
dead, I
forgotten.
know it.
Metal's quite busy right now, I would say.
It's possible.
Okay, there's a 16 for my latest survival roll in the series.
Okay. Do you add anything to your survival?
Oh, I rolled 14, added 2.
Got you. Okay. With a 16, you are not able to find Isle, but you do find some moose tracks. You find some sort of like scraped branches from where she forced her way through. And the tracks kind of stop. You can't really follow them super well, but you get pretty close to where Isle is. You haven't found her little grove. She's still hidden. But you are probably within maybe a quarter mile of where Isle is right now. And you, in some sense, know that because you saw the marks going into this area, and as you search around, you don't see any kind of footprints or these scrape marks leaving the area.
Mhm.
So maybe she transformed into something else, or maybe she's near here.
In that case, I'm going to call out for her again. Isle! It's me! Where are you?
Do I hear?
Let me roll a random thing just to see if you hear. We'll do odds close enough, immediately, evens too far to immediately get it. Yeah, you hear. It's very faint, but you can hear echoing through the trees. Fish calling for you.
I'll immediately startles. Like she had been running on pure adrenaline, and it was finally like, all right, like that's far enough.
Yeah, and
Let's
you've
stop.
chillaxed for like an hour.
Yes. And immediately, again, she's on high alert, and she does her best to like wiggle underneath Wilma, and is trying to communicate like we have to go, we have to get out now.
Wilma
Can
doesn't
there-
like being picked up again, and Fish can hear a sheep.
Christ.
Oh.
Fuck. She's like, shut up.
Wilma! Chops, is that you?
You.
Okay, this is a very promising lead.
This is a promising lead, but I feel like of the people to be looking for Isle, Wilma's like, actually, I don't want to be found. Never mind, we can go.
Meanwhile, Fish is like, there's only one lamb that would say, fuck you. It's gotta be her.
I've got her. I was like, don't let him. Do you want him to find us? Do you want them to find us? Like,
Okay. This is base speech, of course, talking to Wilma.
Mhm.
Is she there with you?
Yeah.
no.
You can't communicate to Wilma. You can do your best, but it's just kind of like,
Isle is stomping angrily.
oh.
Is she okay?
No. Maybe.
Do you know why she's run? Has she talked to you at all? I mean, like, I know you don't really, like, you don't understand. Please just tell me that it's okay. It's gonna be okay.
Isle's trying to exit the glade, like dragging Wilma along. Like, all right, we're going, we're leaving. Stop talking to him. We're going.
Ow. Ow.
No.
Yeah, that's my wall. Ow.
Yeah, that's like my hair. You're fine.
All right. I'm just
We're
going in the direction
leaving.
of...
We're leaving. Get out of
Don't-
here.
don't-
Get out of here.
This is just in plain English. Don't leave, please. Isle. Let me say goodbye to you. At least. I'm just gonna start wandering in the direction where I heard Wilma buying.
Isle, I guess, exits the glade into the regular woods. I guess.
And you see a moose step out from a stand of trees with a sheep with a bunch of leaves and sticks in her wool on its back.
Huh. This kind of reminds me of the night we met. Anyway. So you're leaving?
Yeah, I've gotta go.
Without me?
You could come, but it's gonna be far.
Please don't leave me behind, Isle. I'm sorry that I'm not nice and that I don't know what we are. But I really like you and I want to stay with you. Please don't leave me behind.
You don't know what I've done. You don't know me.
I want to.
You don't.
Fish doesn't say anything to that, but like tries to step forward and like reach. Just if she's amenable to that at all.
Yeah, she'll let it happen.
Okay. Going to touch her moose coat, whatever it's called. Just give her a little pat. Kind of glance at Wilma like, yeah.
I've done a lot of bad things to people who didn't deserve it. And one of them is in the sanctuary right now. And I've done everything to leave that behind. I don't know if I can go back.
I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to take me with you. We don't have to go back there. I don't care about them. I care about you. No matter what you say.
I know that you care about them too. Well, I can't say if Cal is firmly innocent. I think that Metal probably she's a good kid.
She is.
You know, she's not a lost cause, and I think that maybe you should. She got a bad family.
Don't we all?
Can I roll insight to see maybe if I think that Fish made the connection that I am the one, or at least participated in the torching of the village, or what were they there for that bit?
She
She was there. They were there. Everybody was there when she was like.
The
they
village
were there
was destroyed, but I don't
they
know
were
a
there for
tall
part
woman
of
was
it.
there.
I don't remember if they were there when they mentioned a tall woman.
No, I wasn't. I was
Okay.
gone by then.
Yeah, but
Definitely not.
Yeah, they did mention the village being she did mention the village being destroyed before they left.
And the revenge, I think.
Yeah.
And the revenge.
Mm-hmm.
But knowing that revenge is not directed at Isle.
Yet.
Yeah.
Mm.
But so yeah, you can roll that insight to try and get kind of Fish's feelings
Yeah.
on that info.
And Ink, you said they think they did make the connection.
Like, well, I mean, Isle has literally just said, I've done some shit, and so
Yeah.
she's like, yeah, I
That
got
was
it.
probably the shit, huh? Well, I'll roll a 1 anyway, so she can't think through her moose tears. Isle's like, wow, Fish still thinks I'm just really great.
Yeah, they're perfect.
So, I know.
They do,
Yeah,
is the thing.
I know.
They're very sad. And, like, they don't really have anything to say, which
Mhm.
is a rarity. But so they've just got their hand on Isle, pressing, like, don't go, I'm attached to you, literally. But also, they're sort of a bit defeated, like, if Isle stepped back. I know there's nothing that I can do, really, to stop her from doing that.
Isle just goes, fuck. Isle says, how did you even make it out here alive?
Civilized
I don't
Canada
know.
being like, how did you get here?
I don't know. And I'm an idiot, and I still came and tried to find you. Does that not tell you something?
Means you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Isle says, I don't even know where I'm gonna go. I've gone to 2 whole places, and that's the max, man. No.
Okay, well, since you haven't told me to fuck off and stomped me to death yet, I'm just gonna say I'm coming with you. Tell you where I haven't been for a while. Hawaii. I think you'd really like it. I think you wanna go there? Do you wanna do that? We might have to leave the fucking sheep behind.
No.
I was like, I mean, it's pretty far, but
Yeah. No one will find us there. We can just be. You can just be with me.
can we take a pause? Because
Sure.
I'm like, are we just leaving? Are we abandoning this campaign right now?
We're eloping now.
Don't
Um,
go! Please don't go!
I demand custody of Kakano.
Yeah,
Okay.
I will bring up Kekano, and then
That'll be the non-negotiable.
forgot-
Go back.
it's like
We forgot our son.
Isle remembered her child.
Yeah.
But also,
I-
you weren't intending to run away at this moment, so
No.
then.
I will say above the table.
Yes.
I would prefer if both of you
I
stay
also-
in the sanctuary.
I would
However,
prefer if we stayed also.
Yes.
however, if you do decide to leave, I am not sure what I can do about Hawaii. There is a Roarhaven-like magical community that you would probably stop in on the way to go somewhere. I could make a plot with like the others finding you there or something if you two want to dip for like 2 episodes or something.
Forced
If you
to
are
be the
committed to that,
entourage for the party now.
yeah.
Oh
if
my
you
god.
if you are committed to that, I will try to make that happen. I would
I
prefer
think-
if you come back to the sanctuary.
So that's like our emergency backup, and I think
Yeah.
if you guys are comfortable, I say just play the scene out and like bring up Kakano and see where you go, and then we
I'd
know the
forgotten about
emergency
him.
backup.
Yeah.
I
You
was
need all your
under ink
stuff.
spell. I was like, yeah, let's go to Hawaii. Let's do
Yeah.
it.
It's so
Hey, you know what?
romantic.
You know how you could do this? Hawaii someday, but not yet.
Okay, but like, Isle is not
Always
going
have
to.
Hawaii. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just.
I will say, if it helps you with your character work, remember that Isle has historically run away from a lot of things, but
Yeah.
leaving the
She
woods
wanted
kind
to
of
not.
kind of represents a trying not to run anymore. And there were other times of like, your friends kind of counted on you, and you were like sleeping and you ran towards them instead of away when you found out they were in danger. You've saved the party a number of times now because you had the option to run away and you didn't. So this is definitely the most severe and dramatic kind of test you've ever faced of this kind of new you. But you have had some growth in the other direction.
Yeah, I think I just needed a break, like a breather.
No, it was a lot. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was bringing everyone.
Please
If you
don't
want to
be
just
sorry.
continue to
Excellent.
think for a little bit, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
We can
There's
even
I
just
just-
take a
Also
quick break.
laughing and being like,
Kind of
I'll
routine.
accept you for anything, and I know you're a good person. Well, Cal's like, she's super murdered people.
100%.
I think a break might be okay. Good, if that would be okay, just for like 5
100%.
minutes.
Yep.
Yes. Cool.
Everybody
Thank you.
go get some water.
I'm sorry,
Wild
Ben. I hope I
Rapids.
didn't
No.
overexert you or anything.
Please,
It was excellent.
you didn't. It's a personal problem. I literally, Mooney will tell you, like, I can't watch like movies that show like a sad dog because it'll fuck me up for days.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
the only character, like the most serious character I've ever played is Kyle from Legally Blonde. So like, it's not
Yeah.
anything deeper than that, and we get a little funky. But yeah,
I'll talk about like movie recs and TV shows, and she's like, "Will it make me feel feelings?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but everything works out." And she's like, "No,
No.
No.
Can't do it.
no."
God, but before we take our break, that scene was captivating.
Oh my god! Oh my
So many things.
I'm,
I
oh my
cannot
god.
Nads, I cannot look at you.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Like, look,
It's
reading my mind.
The way my setup is I kind of have to see Mooney because of just the way the frames are arranged. I
We're
can
still looking at
see
your
Matt
wife.
freaking out out of the corner of my eye, and I have to keep not looking. I have to like keep my focus on the two of you, which are is over on one side, like together.
I'm
Aw.
like, I gotta turn my camera
If
off.
only
I'm
we
just
could
like,
do custom arrangements.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got you guys like this.
I know.
and
I
I'm
want to
like-
put you all together, and then we need 2 more people so we can do Brady Bunch. But
Yeah.
No.
Also,
I think-
Mads, this is literally the end of Anastasia.
Oh, yeah.
Stop. I'm gonna die. Anyway, sorry.
Anyway,
Right.
yeah,
Abandon your son. Do
genuinely
it for love.
5-minute
You can have
break.
a new one.
Go
Yes.
and walk around at least.
Yes,
I
get
think
slapped in the face.
everybody should take a break. We should not be talking about the scene, so we're not influencing the two of them in any way.
Fair.
But yes, let's just
Mads
take
and I
it.
are gonna get on a separate call where we just go.
That is okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But yes, I will at least take a break. Okay.
Mhm.
Take a breather, walk around, get some water.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Brava.
What? 2 of you in the same place? Where is he?
Oh my god! The crossover episode!
What? Also, Matt, should we reveal our plot twist?
Mads, we can't hear you! Mads!
Oh God,
I'm here.
she's it.
Dun 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 dun. Wait. Let me put earbuds. Ta-da.
Also, okay, fashion.
Nice!
Twins!
Oh wait! Oh my gosh, you are twins!
That's
yeah!
great!
We both got this dress in the mail today. And Mads was like, what if we both wear it during session?
Oh my gosh. And you look amazing.
Hell
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
The funny thing is I told Mads to buy this dress, and then she bought a different dress, and I was like, okay, I'm buying the dress, so I'll let you know when I get it. And then she texted me today being like, did you get your dress in? Mine just came today. And I was like, okay.
We still can't hear.
Man.
I think I clicked that accidentally. Anyway, it feels very luxurious to be sitting in.
It's so pretty.
Got a lovely little skirt. Anyway, plot twist revealed.
We're like, will anybody notice? And I was like,
No, we're not.
And also, mine was so like my video was so close up, so
Yeah, if
I'm only
anything,
getting the shoulders.
like they're both wearing V-necks today. I love that for them.
Yes.
The only fashion thing I noticed was Patrick's 8-ball shirt, and I was like, that makes sense, because it's D&D, and it's like a roll and a random... Yeah, I like that. I wonder if he
Now
knows
you're
that.
muted.
He probably does know that.
He recycled that
Yeah.
shirt from his Animal Crossing. We
I
can't
was
hear
about
you,
to
love.
say.
Oh yeah. I do remember.
This is
that.
my Animal Crossing cosplay shirt.
Right?
Yeah.
In Animal Crossing, you can get the 8-ball shirt.
That's
Classic
Yeah.
part of the series.
Cute.
Lost in the woods.
I'm having a little bit of Oreo ice cream because
Yum.
this scene I'm so invested is causing me real life stress, and I need to sugar it.
Patrick's like, I didn't even write this. I'm dying.
This wasn't even me.
There were like
Oh,
3 times that like Wilma should have said something because it was kind of touching on her and what she cares about, and I was like, I cannot stop this train. I cannot punish them by making Wilma talk. This is just the 2 of them in this moment.
Wilma and Kekino have become like the babies in romance novels where it's like, yeah, we have 10 kids and they're never discussed for the rest of the book. Like,
They get
Yeah.
the sequel series.
okay, so where did we leave off?
No, we're cutting back to Cal in the library.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm,
Anyways,
Should I
back
say?
to the
or should I go?
library.
Yeah, we
Alright.
can cut back to maybe Wilma bringing up Kekino, or we can genuinely cut away for a little bit.
I think it would be very funny if Wilma was the one to bring up Kekino. Like,
Mhm.
these 2 idiots are like, yeah, let's go. And she's like, don't you have a kid?
mhm. Yeah.
Is Kekino coming?
Um,
He would
mm.
like Hawaii.
Girl, what do you know about Hawaii?
Oh yeah, I totally have an animal that I left. And I'm gonna say this, and I hope that you'll completely understand. I kind of need him. He's a little piece of me.
I know.
Also, we left all our stuff.
Isle carries all of her stuff with her at any given moment. Isle
Okay.
Isle says,
I left my
Isle
stuff.
says, Isle says, you have 5 sweaters on right now.
What more do you need? You
Yeah.
probably left some stuff in the room,
Yeah.
but you probably nothing you wouldn't mind losing, because that's just kind of the way you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would
But
mind.
Kekano's a big one.
Yeah. So, how about this? We'll go back. You don't have to come in. And I'll sneak in and get him and I don't know. But if we're gonna go back, I mean, Metal's going through something. You said.
Yeah, and it's not good. And I don't think it's gonna be good for her or for the sanctuary.
Okay, well, I don't give a shit about the sanctuary, but I do like Metal. How about we go up and tie up loose ends, totally avoid that woman, whatever she said her name was, Lily Pilly, something like that. Um, uh, just make sure everything is going to be fine back there. Get Kakano, and then we leave.
I don't know. I don't know. I wanted to run, and that's why I ran. I just don't. I don't know what's worth it anymore. It's like I like you guys. I like it here. I like you. I liked my life there. You know, it hasn't been very long. Only like a week in game time.
Yeah, you were there for like 2 weeks before the game started. So yeah, like 3 weeks.
Well,
And I just have to say goodbye again.
you don't though. If it was a good couple of weeks, we could make those couple of weeks forever. We could do that.
I can't tell you how much I would like that if that were true. I may have committed a war crime.
So, a big one? Probably not a big one, right? If it was a little,
It was like a lot of them, and it was a lot of people. And that lady back there, she doesn't know. I mean, the way she acted, she doesn't know. It was me, but it was me.
well, listen. She doesn't have to know. She won't know. I'll. I think we've gotten a little bit off track, and you've forgotten who you're dealing with here, and I can pull off any story that you want me to tell.
I don't know what I want to tell anymore. I don't want to leave. I don't want to lie. But I do want to lie. And I do want to. What? Could we get one of the memory wiping people?
We could
Is
do
that ethical?
Absolutely not, but we could. And I'll tell you who could get one of those people for us. Metal, being an agent. we're deputies. We've got no power. But if we help Metal be okay, then maybe she'll help us. Are you seeing my logic here?
I'm seeing your logic. I don't know if it's good.
No,
But
I think it's great.
But I appreciate it. Listen. How far away from? Well, why am I asking you? Can I roll Can I roll like a survival check to like see how far of a moose walk we are from the sanctuary?
Yeah, go for
it. Sorry,
Fish is
Fish.
sweating, covered in
Sorry,
dirt and
babes.
sticks.
It hasn't been a good day for you, babes.
She's like, no, I couldn't ask them.
Rolled a 19. Plus
A
5.
19. You have not been to this part of the woods before, but it's not that unfamiliar to you, and you know where you haven't been, if that makes sense. So you know that, like, if you start walking in that direction, within half a mile, you're going to get to some woods that you know a lot better, and then from there you can reorient and go, and you'll be able to get back to the sanctuary fairly easy. At a walk instead of a run, it might take as much of an hour, but since you are kind of at the farther, deeper parts of the forest, but you are very confident you'll be able to just get right back.
I'm trying to think if we could walk and talk. Because I'll wants to go back, but I don't know what we're gonna do when we get there. Cause okay, cool, thank you. I was like, let's You look like you're gonna die. You look like you're gonna die right now.
I will if you leave me.
Okay, alright.
Leave them.
Okay. I mean
Fuck you, I hate you.
Don't talk to my daughter like that!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's a tense situation. Isle says we're gonna start walking back towards the sanctuary. I'm going to go with you, because you die otherwise. And we'll figure out what we're gonna do when we get there. And I may have to go to prison.
Well, they better do double cells, because I'm not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere without me. I'm really exhausted. I haven't had a drink of water today.
I was like, okay, come here, and like brings him to the glade, and he's like, just like wash up. Just
Oh,
drink a
thank
little.
God. I walked in I walked in a circle 3 times. Yeah, we'll go back. Just for now, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay like this though. For now.
Okay. Zimber, that's
Yes.
okay. I fully accept that. I'm. Hold
Can
on, let me just.
I walk?
Do you want
No.
to?
The moose hurts my tummy tom.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
she's
like,
not okay.
I'm
for
sorry,
me.
baby. Yeah. Oh.
Oh god, you heavy piece of shit. That's a joke.
Thank you.
I'm just
And
joking. Yeah, of course. If you're comfortable being a moose, I'm totally fine. It doesn't change. I love you. Any other. Uh, 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 I like you.
I was like,
I
fuck!
Go away again.
I like you however you are. And not that it matters what I think. Matters that you're comfortable. go.
Isle's like, it's like, you know, the meme main guy. Let me see.
Sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
that's fine. This is Isle's response when Fish said "I love you," even though know we know that it wasn't like "I love you, I love you." This is what she looks like, but as a moose.
Wow.
And nothing could have prepared me for that.
I was like, I can't describe this verbally.
Yeah, no.
Also, we're gonna cut back to Cal and with Jamal, and she's like, you know, the really tall lady I was with. She's definitely a murderer. You should stay away from her.
Metal's gonna have to take this
Tell
secret
your
to her
friends.
grave. Oh dear.
Okay, but so tentatively, we're heading back.
I was like, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
They both
Can I ride on your back?
fine.
Yes! Yes! I've been trying to talk her into doing that for months.
But only because I think you'll die if you don't.
But yeah, I'm very faint. I can't walk anymore. Excitedly hops up onto her back and just like holds on big moose neck. Like, oh.
Oh. As the three of you with Wilma head back towards the sanctuary, we will cut back to Metal and see how Metal is doing.
How's
Uh,
Metal?
God,
Yeah, you know I'm doing
Metal
it.
just met God.
First of all, I just think that I can tell any story you want me to tell is probably the most romantic thing I've ever heard in my life, and I'm like dying. So anyway, yeah. So Metal is, she's gotten back to her room and she's locked the door and she's like sitting down, like not even putting like her stuff down. She's just like sitting down and she's like, okay, and is going through her book.
Give me an investigation check. You'll obviously be able to read the whole book, but this will be like what you can get really fast.
Sure. Oh. 10.
10? Okay. With a 10, you don't notice that some of your papers and such are slightly askew. You do notice that there's a pea towel on the ground.
And no cat.
and no Swifty, but that's fine. And as you flip through the book, it takes you a little while. This does seem to be what it says on the tin. It's a history of kind of political movements in Europe that have to do with magical people. It's just sort of the very forms of government that magical people have tried. And just going through maybe some things that are kind of casually interesting. And then you flip and you see the star from the tattoo. Not the crossed spears, nothing else, just the star. And this chapter is titled The Andalusian Star. As you read through, you find that there was a point in time very early in the war where the Andalusian region of Spain tried to create what was essentially a kind of self-governing commune of a kind. And they chose as their symbol this star that became known as the Andalusian Star. And that little community was pretty swiftly kind of destroyed thanks to the war. But other people in Europe kind of took that idea and ran with it. And they created their own sort of communities based on the ideals of these sorcerers that had banded together. And they did unique versions of the star in order to indicate their communities. Some of the communities specialized in agriculture, and so would put a sheaf of wheat and a scythe behind the star, and that would be the symbol of their community. Others, especially as the war went on, it became more important to them that even though they are a community where people are equal, that they are willing to defend themselves, that they are willing to fight to maintain their equality, to maintain their society, to keep other people from destroying this little social experiment. And those started doing weapons around the stars, usually crossed weapons of some kind. You can see a cross sword and axe on a star for a commune in Ukraine. You can see a single spear and a bow for a commune in North Africa. What you are essentially discovering is that this symbol, or at least this part of the symbol, is for the magical community the equivalent of the anarchy symbol, anarchism. It is a self-governing political movement that, if you would put it into terms compared to the sanctuary, it wouldn't have a council of elders. It wouldn't have sort of a hierarchy in the administration with a chief administrator. It would have a community that all agreed that people were equal and they were going to watch out for each other and operate as one community. And as you read this, give me a intelligence or insight check. I'd say, yeah, investigation or insight.
Okay, so I'm gonna use insight for 18.
Okay, for 18. The chance that people in the sanctuary don't know about a alternative political movement is fairly high. The chance that no one knows about magical anarchy, that everyone who you have ever spoken to has said they don't recognize anything about this symbol, does not ring true.
What? Oh my god.
It would make sense that perhaps some of the people you spoke to, the archivists, they might not know this. But the archivists that store history, the administrator, the Council of Elders, and the Grand Mage, the chance that none of them would know, at least in the direction you could explore what this symbol means, is such a low chance. Someone, at least someone, has been lying to you about not knowing what this means.
Oh my god.
And furthermore, with that very high insight, in the same way that in our modern age, somebody tattooed with the anarchy symbol probably isn't going to join the police force. Someone part of these movements enough to have the symbol tattooed on a wrist is very unlikely to be working for the sanctuary.
Oh my god.
Not impossible, very unlikely.
Mendel saw a "fuck the police" tattoo and joined the police.
Correct.
She's like, and someday they will fuck me.
Oh god.
Cal's gonna knock on the door and be like, "Hey, do you have those notes?" And I'm gonna be like, "Oh my god." Yeah, I think
And-
she's just gonna sit there in shocked silence.
And I think perhaps that is where we want to end tonight's session on
We
the.
can't reunion. I wanted them to come back and be like, "Hey guys, we just went for a walk in the woods. All normal."
I just had diarrhea for three straight
I had to
hours.
run really far.
You guys,
I
it
don't
was
wanna
like
shit
a
in here.
nuclear bomb, guys. I had to get you out of the blast zone.
Metal's
That's
like, "Yeah,
why
we
I
heard a lot
removed-
about that."
I needed a body with a little bit more constitution here to survive.
To make it out alive.
Fish is like, "Anyway, I'm gonna go to the library and find some books on Hawaii. I'll be back later." Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It's up to you guys, I can go a little bit longer.
I would love to go longer. But
But
how are you doing, Vienna? You've been through the trials.
Yes, I kind of want to talk it out more. Basically, I just don't know what I'm gonna do. And I think
Valid.
I personally would just like a moment to like figure like
Yeah.
I don't mind like
I'm
yeah.
as long as I'm still with you guys and talking about session, that works for
Yes.
me.
I'm okay hanging
You
out.
just don't want to hang up.
Yes, no. But yes, I think maybe end
end of the session. We're now into the post-session discussion.
yes.
Oh my
We're-
god, guys!
The
what a great
aftercare.
thing.
Yeah.
Ink, Vienna, incredible, exceptional, show-stopping, award-winning, Oscar-worthy.
Yeah. Ink especially. And now I'm like, okay, well, how do I get to have really intense emotional scenes with Fish so I can
Yeah.
cross
Yeah.
it off there?
You have to fall in love
Literally.
with them. It's the secret.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. I am.
Look,
I
Fish
am.
Cal is my crack ship. I've been saying it for months.
No, I'm with you. Like it happens one night and it's like I'm gonna talk about this for the rest of time,
Oh my
but
God.
Danielle is gonna kill me.
Yes. And you still never saw her face.
Yeah, no, absolutely
Wow,
not.
hot.
Very Phantom of the Opera of us.
Mhm.
Damn.
What's the fucking
Damn.
song from Love Never Dies? And I touched you.
And I touched you, and I blah blah. What a
And
bad
I
song.
didn't see your face.
That's the only song I know from that. Guys,
I will say I don't think anybody else was reacting the same way or at the same time I did, but like reaching out and petting Moose Isle, like the first time that like that border of intimacy has been broken for like intimacy reasons, not because they're trying to like save each other or they're somebody's
Okay.
tripping or something, like
Just kill me.
purposely choosing to tell. I'm like, oh, oh.
Okay, so I will say you just kind of need, if you just have Isle on the exit plan and just being like, I'm packing up my shit, making sure that
Yeah.
Metal's not gonna cry
Die
herself to sleep and get
imminently.
kidnapped, and then you just kind of operate on that. Like you can kind of trust Patrick, and you know,
Yes,
Patrick.
and I know. Or sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say trust Patrick and yeah, to a lesser extent, me and Mads to figure out things. Cause like I'm always constantly about like, it's always been an issue with Cal that she's like such a not team player that Patrick is like, I'm gonna always step her
And
back
now
on
you're
the-"
back in. Yeah.
yeah. And I was like, and you know, Patrick and I have been on the same page of being like, I am gonna be like fighty, but I will always like take what you're giving me and use that. And
Yes.
you can just do the similar thing of being like, even if it just being like we keep postponing the date that Isle
Yeah.
leaves and use that to kind of keep it.
Yeah.
We can do something like that.
Also,
We can
super
murder
realistic.
Amy.
Super realistic for everyone I've ever met. Everyone that's really flighty is like, I'm just gonna stay until the end of the week, so I know that this is good. I'm just gonna stay until next month when I know this is happening. You just kind of like push it back and back.
When's Metal's birthday?
Yeah, yeah. She's like, God, I can't miss the
My birthday is next year. It's like I
It
just
was
happened.
yesterday. You have to wait a
Yeah,
full
Gotta
calendar
stay.
year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you missed it.
And isn't
But-
that freaking ball in like 3 days? I know it's not a ball, but like yeah.
Yeah, the
It's like
meeting.
tomorrow. It's like the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Like
It's
tomorrow.
Monday.
This is Metal's not so good, very bad week. I
Yeah,
will say that.
totally.
Cal's having
No.
a
I'm having a bad time.
Uh,
Cal's like living.
Got her new besties.
Yeah, Cal.
Got her
Which,
book.
to be fair, Cal did like start the campaign like having slurs thrown at her, so this is the like good
Yeah.
stuff she gets.
I kind of knew some of these things would be happening, so I was like, yeah, I can be mean to Cal because Cal will get nice things that happen to her eventually.
Yes, someday in her life.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. Meanwhile, bad things will only happen
Yeah.
to
Correct.
me.
Yeah.
I'll-
It's karma for burning that woman alive.
No, this is an accident.
Is Takano just sensing a disturbance in the force?
Genuinely, I was wondering if we were going to cut back to Kekano. If this hadn't been like resolved, we were going to cut back to Cal, and Kekano is just like, something is very wrong. My dad is very upset, and I need to go.
Cal would be like, how far away is he?
I'll cast Death Sense and I'll tell you if he's okay.
God,
Oh,
jeez Louise.
that was a
Wow.
lot.
That was a lot.
That was a lot.
Yeah.
So, I'm doing my thing where when I'm acting, I'm looking over there, which
Mhm.
I don't know why I do that, but it's what I need to do for my brain.
Everyone
Um,
does. You pick a point to stare
yeah.
at.
Yeah.
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 I glance back. Mads suddenly has her hair up, and I'm just like, oh shit. Fuck.
I'm sweating.
Her hair is up and she's wearing her glasses to show that time has passed.
If I'm in like a real life stressful conversation, I literally cannot look at the person. So that's why I
Yeah.
was like I was not
Yeah.
acting. I was like, this is Vienna's body involuntarily doing this because she cannot look. Yeah.
During our break,
Right.
I asked Patrick, I was like, was I stretching too much to have Cal be like, oh, is she a murderer? And Patrick was like, no. Cal thinks everyone's a murderer.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're never
and
Oh, wow.
to be
Murder is still
fair,
the first thing
she
to go to.
was super right. So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's like how much of that is Isle's fault, and it's like a lot more than she would like, but not like totally necessarily.
no.
But yeah, I was gonna say also that Fiona, you do that in real life too, even not with like uncomfortable conversations, like slightly intense conversations.
Yep.
You do the like staring over the shoulder trick.
Yep. I
Yeah.
cannot.
So valid. So valid.
I said I cannot make eye contact with another person.
Also,
I go
did you
by.
guys see that the key to the elopement plan is Connie? That's what we were discussing in the
Yes.
No.
Mhm.
Oh, let
No,
me
we
look.
got. That's what we'll do.
It's the only sensitive you know who can wipe people's minds.
and he's
Yeah.
like totally down. You guys would just be like, do you want like $100?
Yeah, here's a
Literally,
bunch
Like,
of cash.
"Arr."
And it's like, cool.
I will
as
be like,
part
I'll
of-
be your
of wiping
horse
this-
for a week.
Yeah. As part of wiping this woman's mind, I'm also going to wipe the two of your minds for knowing where I live.
Honestly, I would be a lot happier. Oh man.
Yeah, and so and Fish would be like, come on, Farmer Fields, you want to do it. And also here's a legitimate reason. If you don't do it, I'll keep fucking coming back here and bothering you.
That would probably work. Yeah.
So step
I'm a-
1 is take care of Metal.
Yeah.
Step 2 is get the fuck out of Dodge, burn all bridges. Step 3 is find Connie again. Recruit him to somehow find Amy and wipe her mind.
Yes. We
step
kidnap
four.
It doesn't have to
Amy.
make sense.
Question
No.
mark. Step 5,
Profit.
profit in
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
What did you guys think of the Isle backstory reveal?
Bro!
Loved
Yeah.
Dude.
I mean, it was like it made sense. Like it definitely like was kind of what I was putting together.
Yeah.
Also, Ink and I were giggling at each other because of the bullies being named Frank and Ernest.
Yes, yes.
Does that mean
Yeah.
things?
Yeah, that's there's a set of brothers in Series and Unfortunate Events.
Oh my
Yeah, I was
gosh.
waiting for Dewey to show up. Where the fuck
Yeah.
was he?
He was gonna show up and sucker punch.
I killed him
Kyle.
already.
Yeah.
That was not on purpose, but I will say I decided one of the little boys was named Frankie, and then Ernest just like came to me. So I maybe
Subconsciously.
Yeah.
going back to reading that book series so long ago.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it. I was fully captivated and so upset.
Yeah, it's not a good
When
time.
no, and when it just so much about her made so much more sense. First of all, her little snack bag is bringing me to tears because that girl will never be without anything
Yeah.
to eat.
When your
Which is
food
so
insecure.
And then also when the whole thing was happening and she ended up killing that kid that was bullying her, jeez.
That was
I don't know,
Where's
that
that?
was fun Patrick flavor. That was a yes.
Mhm.
Patrick invented the little boys to be murdered.
Yeah,
I love
it was. I also invented Amy.
Yes.
Yeah, that wasn't like pre-established in the backstory. Just that like the larger strokes of leaving the orphanage and that the orphanage was like kind of a workhouse and also just like a really bad time in general.
Yeah, did you guys like last week in preparation? Because you were like so in it that I just felt like you knew everything that was happening.
That's because Patrick was like, hey, like we're probably gonna start with some flashbacks. Would you like me to send you stuff? I'm like, send me everything. Please, God. Please. I have everything like open in a cheat sheet in another tab. So I was yes, Patrick helped
Nice.
me prepare. Yes.
I have my own
Wow.
like internal documents I use to keep track of everything, and that includes like my write up on Isle's backstory. So I just copied and pasted like a solid chunk of that.
Nice.
Like, I'd appreciate Patrick was like, the anti-sanctuary is really fucking dumb. I'm gonna fix it.
I was
mean,
gonna say, listen, is the end game all of us leaving for this ultra cool, way better group of cool people who
I
save
feel
people
like-
and say fuck the police?
I mean, as far as you know, they don't
I think
exist
that's not
anymore.
the case.
Metal didn't find anything that was like, yeah, there's this offshoot in Canada. It's European politics, and all of the little anarchist
but
communes and
Canada
stuff.
is the Europe of North America.
That is true, but all of the little anarchist communes seem to like kind of get destroyed or die out, and like there's still like movements to like create them in Europe. But it's this kind of thing of like, it's a nice dream, but like you don't know if there's like one that you can join, and if in fact the Watershed collective, get what I'm saying there? Yeah, collective at the Watershed. They are the commune that was around the Great Lakes. They they may not exist anymore, and neither kind of was anyone else. So there may not be a community you can join, but you could found a community on those lines if you wanted to.
And then the she was Elder
Volate.
She kept saying, I can't talk about it, not I will not, or I'm unable, or like I can't, which makes
I
me
don't
wonder
know
if it's
about
like
it.
an actual like pink diamond, I cannot physically speak kind of curse.
Oh jeez. Oh no. Oh god, who's lying to Metal this whole damn time?
Well, I mean,
I'm so
as
upset.
it's obvious
Not lying or
theorizing.
nothing.
One, it's always the butler. That's my
Manfred.
As if
Manfred's like, actually, my
um,
name was Fred Man this whole time, and I killed your
Fredman.
parents, but I also rescued you.
oh my god. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense why she said that. Oh no.
it's like, so she's been going around asking everyone, and they've all been like deliberately not saying, and that's just my assumption. It's everyone. They're all,
We're all gaslighted. This is the metal show. We're
yeah, and then
gaslighted.
we finally get to Connie, and Metal's just like, "Hey, have you heard of this thing called just like have you seen this symbol before?" And Connie's just like, "Oh, Antifa? Yeah, everyone knows that."
Which makes me think he was already out by the time they had like the debriefing or the spell or something like that said you can't talk about it.
Okay, so like, oh my god, and then yeah, so there's a sort of vow curse. What was the word? Things that she can't break. I guess it's a vow.
She
something like that.
cannot break oaths, and she always tells the
Oh.
truth. But you know, it could be a curse. It could be like something tied to her magic. It could just be like a personal choice, and that's kind of what the rumors you've heard lead you to believe.
Yeah.
But what would rumors know? You know,
Is her
Also-
office right next
Clearly
to
nothing.
someone who always lies?
Yeah.
although her
Also,
office is down the hall from Elder Delore, so you know, kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Ink, this was Ink's theory, so I'm just hopping on it. But it was you have the sanctuary to thank for this, and Baby Metal took that like me rescuing, but he might have been like this, the fire. So
Yeah.
maybe
This is
her
my nightmare.
aunt got
What
the
was that?
sanctuary to
I'll find
offer
the story.
parents.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
God.
Let's not go there. Let's not.
That's
oh my
some
god.
VFD shit, baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's literally what VFD does. Just for some context, in A Series of Unfortunate Events, there's a very popular theory to the point it is like all but, if you're really, really, really reading into the conspiracies, that the death of the Baudelaire parents was a hit by the good side of VFD to reignite the conflict between the good and bad
Whoa.
they're the
Shit.
sides of VFD, because it was kind of like stagnant, and the parents were like, "We don't want to do this anymore. We're raising our children. Like, we need to get out of this war." And they were like, "Actually, fuck you. We're gonna
Yeah.
use you to reignite the flames."
God.
Yeah, it's
Literally.
yes, no, it's never explicitly said to be true, but if you read between the lines and how Olaf is like, "I didn't fucking do it. Why wouldn't I say I did it if I
Yeah. I've done
this point,
literally
oh my God.
everything else, man.
I have no motivation to lie, and I keep telling you over and over again, I didn't fucking do it, and I don't know who did." Actually, I have a theory, and I'm gonna use that to fuck with you guys by not saying what I think happened. So yeah, that's what my theory is. This is what
Hate
what
it.
her aunt did. Could be somebody else, but the only one we know as a motive to kill her parents is her aunt. So
Jesus Christ. I'm stressed.
we could talk about
But I
book
love
club.
We're all overwhelmed.
We can talk
Love
about
it.
Hans.
Oh yeah, we could have talked about Hans. I was sitting down for Book
Patrick,
of
are
Mormon
you
last
coming
night.
to our collective wedding?
No,
You won't be present at the wedding, Patrick.
no.
It's fine.
No.
Because what it came down to it is I would have had to pay for his ticket, and I decided I'd rather pay for a ticket for me the second time.
Yeah, and I was just like, that's fine. You go have fun with your friends. I got it
Yay.
last year. That's cool. I can't help it that I have no monies right now, and that's fine. You go have fun.
So I was sitting down for Book of Mormon last night, and for about an hour, I was like rapidly refreshing every piece of social media to see if anybody had posted a picture of Hans, and nobody was. And on the Disneyland app, it just said Captain Hook was there doing meet and greets, and I was stressing the fuck out because I had gone in Vienna to buy plane tickets to go all the way here. I told another friend, like, you have to go, you have to dress as Hans, like, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, fuck, I was hyping this up for so much, and this might not even happen. And then he appeared, and he's at the party.
And he's.
And
Oh
it
my
was good, and I
God!
have been stressed
Wow.
out for months.
I know you have.
Your literal impact.
I've been trying to play it chill and be like, hey, like, it'll be okay. I mean, and it would have been fun no matter what. But also, I'm really, 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 really glad he's coming.
Oh my god, this is so exciting.
We're gonna
See?
take lots of pictures. Here's the bad thing. Vienna and I were like, it's 95 degrees on Sunday, so we're gonna just switch to cotton costumes. And then they're like, yeah, Hanzo's there. We're like, all right, wigs and polyester, baby. We're gonna die.
It's gonna be worth it. You can
Try
just
doing
change
what you
after.
love.
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally.
Oh my god. Love that. I'm so excited for you.
Yeah.
And I go on Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'll be there, but
Are
hopefully.
Are you still doing the one you got from Etsy?
Yes.
Gotcha.
This
Where
just
you
like
going?
I'm gonna go to the Disney World party and be dressed as Belle.
Yay! You're so-
Yeah.
Oh, that's so perfect.
I'm like actually living my childhood dream. It's gonna be really fun. So I'm very excited. My best friend will be Spock, so we're gonna look so good together.
Oh my god, I love it. They
I
would
never
love,
do.
They would love hanging out.
Yes,
would,
so I'm so
though.
excited.
Yeah.
They'd have a really good conversation, I think.
Yeah. Mooney and I are freaks and are like, we'll be the same person.
Yeah. No, and everyone's gonna be like, why wouldn't one of you be Elsa? And we'd be like, we hate that bitch.
Be like, because I don't like her.
You guys you both take a picture at the same time, and it's just you like kissing his cheek from both
Yes.
sides.
Yeah,
Exactly.
the twins.
Two
God.
kingdoms.
Also, we get to see Vienna tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't believe!
I know.
Yay!
She's
Exciting
gonna
concept.
melt.
It was 100 degrees here the past couple of days. And yeah.
Wow.
God.
I didn't think it got
Whoa.
that hot there.
No,
Is that
it does.
normal?
Not. I mean, it's like climate change normal, but like it wasn't
Yeah.
normal as a kid. But like we get up there and we get really really humid. And then it dropped to
Ew.
60 today. So
Wow.
That's what my
That's
sister said.
bipolar.
yeah.
She was like, it's nice out. And then she was like, also the tornado sirens are going off. And
Yeah.
I was like, I was
the-
like, what?
the Minnesotan thing to say is, "Yep, it's Wednesday." Every
That's
first
what she said.
Yeah, she's already there. Then yes,
Frightening.
love it. Get ready.
Well, first of all, I just want to say I made it to the very last page in my notebook.
Oh,
So congratulations, everyone.
Yeah.
What a night to end it on. Absolutely.
The last
many
page in
things.
your notes was Isle's fuck list, and it's just fish.
Yeah.
Crossed out.
Or
everybody else.
Mad's just going, ah.
Yeah.
Scream. I'm dying.
Yeah. Well,
I want to say
We left
the
good notes.
absolute, this was chaos. I was literally just writing everything y'all said down, and it looks like madness. The poetic, not justice, but of metal just getting promoted literally this morning to being an agent, then finding out the very reason she did that doesn't like that at all.
Mhm.
The comedy.
Yes, you
I
finally,
love it.
finally accomplished your dream, only for it to turn to ash in your mouth.
Well, now she's not gonna go. I don't even know. Is she gonna want to go? Or maybe she'll just be in denial. I don't know.
That is the kind of thing of like, people have definitely lied to you. How much, though? It's just like, you know, probably not everyone in the sanctuary, everyone you've ever met is complicit, but there are probably some people that
Yeah.
are.
And I, in my interpretation of Metal as a person, I feel like she would want to make excuses. Like,
Yeah,
I'm sure there's
literally.
a good reason for this.
Hmm.
And for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So you'll have to find
that's
the
exciting.
double agent role and like
Ooh.
yeah.
yeah. I think she's probably gonna obviously she'll have to give the book back and like pretend that she never even spoke just in case, clearly someone's gonna get in trouble. But I do think she's actually gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm just looking at this old drawing that I've shown times and just be like what people are thinking, what people are doing, I don't know. Gotta find the rat. We'll see.
I just want to
But also
point out you being like, I should get the symbol as a tattoo. Be like, can you imagine you do like a conspiracy to hide something, and then someone comes in with the symbol on them? That's one of the reasons why I was
They're
like,
like, girl,
maybe you should wait. It's like, not only do you not totally know what this organization was about, also it's the kind of thing of like, you know, anarchists assassinated Franz Ferdinand, and they were part of a lot of like revolutions and like and some massacres and stuff like that. Like, the anarchy, you know, is really good as a political philosophy, but in practice, bless you, has been good and bad. So it's like this could be still the bad guys, but it's the kind of thing of like,
Oops, all terrorists.
you don't know. Yeah, it's like maybe they are the bad guys. You don't want to get a tattoo, but also you don't want to go up to people and be like, "Look, I got a tattoo," and they're like, "Oh, liquidate metal."
no.
Courting
Oh my
myself.
God.
10:30 p.m. the 2nd of the 9th, 2023, from Earth. Patrick did once say not to jump to getting the Watershed Collective tattoo because we don't know what it fully means yet, and it could mean something bad. Which tells me it means something bad.
Also, I just want to show off. This is what I was making.
Yay!
Oh.
What does it say?
It
Fish
says fish
are kicking.
Oh.
Very
And here's-
nice.
There's mine.
Very
It
nice.
says Collisionist Denier.
Yay!
And then we have a medal and we have an isle. And mine says Eeyore.
Yay!
I love it. Ah, my goodness.
Can we talk about Denizel for a second?
Yeah.
yeah.
That
Yeah.
sounds familiar to me. So I was like searching through like emails and like logs of Patrick, and I was like, I can't find it, but I
Is
feel
it
familiar.
because okay? Do Elise and
It's
you have the
Denier
same
and
last name?
Ezekiel.
That's yes. Yeah. Yes.
Sorry, what did you say, Vienna?
Oh, I was gonna say, do your chosen names like? Do you guys have the same last name because you're sisters or no?
We do not.
Yeah. Some
So
people choose to have
Shepherd
the
is
last.
not her taken name.
Yeah.
I think I knew that. But do we know her taken last name?
Yes, we've said it. It's Tice.
Okay.
So Shepherd is another name.
Yeah. And that's fake. Because I'm wondering if she would do, yeah, like Ink said, like it sounds like Denier and then whoever Ezekiel is. So, trying to get your attention with that.
You don't know who Ezekiel is.
Yeah.
No, I sure don't. I sure
I will
do not.
say, I deliberately was asking for things by E. Shepherd, not Elise Shepherd, because she was also trying to scrape if there were any books by Ezekiel Shepherd.
Okay.
Yeah, and there weren't any.
Yeah.
At least transition.
No, because his book's published under Elise.
My God. I died when Calvin killed me.
Rip.
Yeah.
God.
Oof.
So sad.
Ouch.
This whole
Big
this
night.
whole ep, man. Oof.
Yeah. Everybody was going through it.
Yeah. There was genuinely, we were like, yeah, let's talk about Isle's backstory. I was like, that was this episode. That was
we've all gone on a journey.
Also,
So
I will
interesting.
just tell you, Patrick told me that Vienna told him that Isle was just going to run immediately, and I was literally going through my cards, and I was like, if Cal saw someone sprint, she would reflexively, like, essentially grab them with magic, because she's done that over and over and over again. She did that to
That's true.
she did it to Martin, she did it to the guy who attacked her from the clan, she did that with Sarah, so I was like, okay, I gotta get myself ready, and that's why you were like, Isle runs, and I immediately go, Cal cast scream.
Yes.
Patrick, you outed me. I was trying to help you, and you outed to help me, and it did not work.
I would have still done that, but
I
instead of it me being like snap, I would have been like, hold on.
Yeah. Everybody paused while I went through my spells.
Yes. And then I'll fucking
Oh, no.
Looney Tune leg ran on the on it for a solid minute before being able to
So
leave.
good. I loved it though. I loved how it played out, and I just love everything. And I love that everybody's gonna like come back, and Metal's gonna be lit, and Cal's gonna be like, "Holy shit!" And then you guys are gonna be like, "Hey, oh my god, everything's fine."
Yeah, you guys are gonna be like, wow, nothing happened at all. We just had a nice walk while Isle had diarrhea and nothing happened. And Metal's like, I have so much to tell you. And Cal's like,
We've been
nothing happened at
transformed,
all.
like
Kekuno's like,
so much. Kekuno's like, Cal's been crying. If she had emotions, that is.
Yeah.
nobody reacted to me referring, or Cal referring to Kekuno as Swifty's brother.
I thought it was
loved
No,
a
I died.
lot.
I died.
Yes.
You were trying to break this
Cal's
family
lifetime.
apart, Fish.
Yeah, Fish doesn't have any particular. Well, no, that's not true. I did come up with like a whole internal thing of like, what does
Yeah.
Fish think about cats? Well, ugh, but it never like
Literally.
became relevant.
Same.
So, but Fish does not really regard Swifty. It's just like, oh yeah, we have a kitten.
Wow. And we have a
Right.
sheep. Fuck both of them. I like seals better.
Yeah.
So cute.
Mhm.
I think like the more like everyone's backstories get revealed, it's so interesting how there's like common themes and stuff, and it's just like everybody's like found each other. I don't know, some of us
Yeah.
like each other, but it's
Not on
sweet.
purpose. All of you were separately came to me and it's like, hey, my character had a rough childhood and bad parents. And I was like, cool. I'm not gonna
I'll
tell
be
you
the-
everybody else said that.
Cal's parents were fine. They're
They're
just
fine.
super
There you go.
dead.
They just are super dead and died when she was very young. So she was
Yeah. Her parents were fine. For necromancers, they were way better than average, honestly.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
looking for the post that I immediately thought of when it's like, isn't it great that we all found each other? But it was here we go. There is something beautiful about the idea that Beavis and Butthead found each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Literally.
God.
Insane men alone on this earth, but together. Happy.
Also
Saying
insane.
that well dressed. Burn.
And I'll tag.
I am so excited for a fairly substantial social following being like, what the fuck is happening?
Overjoyed.
Our last little animatic was like, oh my god, it's just like a cute little thing with like the little sheep, and they're like jealous. Oh my god! And the next one is like a dramatic like love confession, and everybody's like, "What's
Love
pain?"
confession to a moose.
Also, you may want to scrub out my audio where it was like, I almost died getting to you, and I was like, you're like 3 feet from far civilization. You might want to take that out for the dramatic animatic purposes.
That's fine. No, I love our comments.
It
and
just
stuff.
cuts. It cuts to a tiny little cow in the corner.
Yeah,
and it's
just
like,
a
"What are you
little
talking
cat
about?"
bubble.
Yeah.
Cat comments.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Cal,
the funniest
Cal
thing.
appears psychically.
If Metal had been here for this, she's like, so beautiful. Oh my god. And Cal would be like, what the fuck? You guys are stupid. I'll take this deal.
And she would be right.
I want to say that Fish was doing as well as, you know, calculating what the best thing to say for the situation would be to be not left behind, is also like, am I willing to kiss a moose?
Moose.
It's
Moose
good that you
got
did it.
big
It's good.
white lips.
Yeah.
No, not
No,
today.
that is the line. That is
Yeah.
the
If you
line.
had, we would have died.
But also, would
also
Fish
don't know if
swear to
Isles-
never fuck again?
Sorry?
I was like, would Fish swear to never fuck again?
No, that's not what they're about. Yes, it had them mostly.
We are still recording. I will just point that out.
Here,
That's gonna be
here.
next ringtone.
Text phone.
No, that's
Oh
we
my
shouldn't
God.
ask that of Fish. Also, I'll like. It's not. Listen, Al doesn't know what she's about yet. I don't even think Al would be ready for a kiss. Al has no idea. Okay. I don't. It's hard because I know like Al like literally like committed war crimes, but I'm like, but has she fucked?
Like, so
She's
Metal,
been
got a
too
list.
busy. She's too
Metal,
busy.
Yeah,
Metal hasn't kissed. Cal hasn't kissed. What about Isle?
we're all like million-year-old virgins.
Sorry.
Well, not all.
No, no, that's yes, except for
What?
Fish
what's
is like,
the,
I just hooked up with Sarah this week.
What is
God.
what is the comedy that's from? Oh, it's Community, where it's like where I was like, I've never been kissed. You can have sex and not kiss.
Yeah, literally.
That's sad.
What
Yeah.
is even gonna happen?
Yeah. No, I still don't know. That's still a nebulous cloud. I don't know. But also, what Patrick
Alex?
just said, I'm thinking about it, which is so devastating.
I will say, given your background with your family,
Yeah.
it's not super unreasonable. Yeah.
Hate everything about it. Hate everything about that.
A honeypot mission. That sucks. I hate those.
It's always me. I'm
Why can't the
17 years
sister do
old.
it?
Oh.
What? Yeah, just like the reunion of the next episode is everyone just gonna be like, huh? Also,
Everyone's gonna be like,
Wednesday.
I'm doing great. I'm just having the
I don't even know what
best
to talk about.
time.
I was thinking the whole time, being like, we're kind of eating this day up. Metal hasn't even told anyone about about
I don't
the
even have.
meeting and such and making dresses. Cal's gonna really have to get started on these clothes.
You know that Josie will help, and it's gonna be awful, but it's gonna be really cute.
I don't even know. My God, all Metal has to do is write a speech about how the sanctuary is great. She can do that, but also
She's gonna get up
I don't
there
know.
and be like, also, do you guys know what this is?
She uses that as a gauge to be like, I can't trust any of those people. Raise your hand if you've never seen this before and confidently know that it's it. And then she's like, gotcha.
Speak to me after. But I think she's gonna be so conflicted because now she's like, am I even? I don't even know.
It's also again leading into Ink's like my interpretation of Metal as a character is being like, even if she got to a point of being like, some of these people have like screwed me over, I think she might still want to be like, but not everybody. You know, I'm no longer going on missions for the elders. Now it's for these normies that I need to protect or whatever.
Oh God. Also, Mooney, you look so good in that dress.
Thank you. So do you, Barbie.
Thanks, Barbie.
I made a joke to Patrick that I was like, looking at me and Max in this dress is like what websites are like body diversity when they show their models being like skinny with boobs.
Literally. God.
Brown hair, black hair.
Wow. That's
Wow.
it. Those are the only two.
Short, a little bit taller.
Yeah.
But not above average.
Yeah, I think I really am proud of myself for ending that conversation with Metal by saying, don't tell her I think she's a murderer.
Yeah, no, I loved that. That was brilliant.
If we ever have a like big blowout fight and it's like, you know, inner party, I'm gonna be like, and Cal thinks that you killed somebody. Which is true, but still.
I feel like that's so inevitable of like a your fault from Into the Woods blow up.
Yeah.
Where we're all like, and you
Yeah.
It's all about the woods. And this is
Mhm.
your fault. Yeah.
Anything can happen.
I love that, like 3-4 hours ago, we took a group photo of us all being like, yeah, we're friends.
Yes.
And then Fish is like, let's go.
Destroyed.
Let's get married.
He's
Wow.
like, they're like, we're out of here.
Overflow.
I was
Bored.
ready.
I'll develop those pictures.
Yeah, I know.
Get
Well, I
going.
took all of them, so we're done. Oh wait, no, did I take? We'll say I took a picture of Swifty.
Yes, officer. Those are the people who stole that sheep and also killed my entire village.
I also liked that Patrick allowed me. I was worried Patrick was going to force me to go to the kitchen, but he was like, "No, Kakano can handle this task." And I'm like, "Good, Cal's had enough today."
It's like it's the Japanese toddlers who like go to the market. And it's
Very
like,
much.
great
Oh my
job.
Big enough or old enough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go into the cafeteria for like the 5th time this morning. Like, hey.
Yeah, because he got his orange juice and then
Mm-hmm.
breakfast and stuff like that.
I'm still thinking
Okay,
about
next.
I'm rotating the orange juice apple juice interaction around in my mind constantly.
Yeah.
So what's the gist for your
So-
friend?
Last session, Billy was over and he was in my office, which is just
Yeah.
like the other room.
Mhm.
And so like afterwards we were talking and I was like, hey, how like what have you how are you? And he goes, yeah, I'm good. You had apple juice? I was like, oh yeah, let me tell
I
you
sure
the
did.
story.
Boy, did I have apple juice.
I got reprimanded by a lesbian.
Yeah,
I got my
he-
ass handed to me.
Where did you honeymoon with your wife?
Yeah.
Serious. Oh my god. Well.
Yeah, I mean, Cal genuinely does like, maybe even loves Kakano and is therefore so much more patient with him.
God bless.
How can you not love the little face?
Yeah.
Just the perfect guy.
She never got in to have a pet, and she was like,
That's not true. She's had lots of pets.
Yeah,
she's
they're
never
all
had
spiders.
She's never had a pet that loved or
Spiders.
could show affection because they were all insects.
And she was probably like the. I don't know if she was like the youngest in the sanctuary until a point where like children terrified her, and therefore she would go out of her way to never ever interact with a child.
Oh, the temple, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like she hasn't really ever had the experience of having like a kid who's younger than her.
Small.
That she isn't like,
Yeah, that's
a
your
child.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. I can't. I have technically one empty page left, and I can't decide if I want to write something or if the last note in here should just say, Metal saw a fuck cops tattoo and became a cop. Leave it at that.
Yeah. You should draw the tattoo in a big heart, and then it says "fuck the police."
See, what I want to know is, are we just gonna have like a revolving door for people of her backstory showing up like every other day? 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know
At
if
this-
or when Elise may show up, and then it'll be like I was like, oh, I sent this to Vienna, but I didn't mention it to you. Sorry, I sent this to Matt, but I didn't mention it to you, Vienna. You know the bit in, I think, season 3 of Crazy Ex-Girlfriend where they're having that, like, hoedown song about
Yes.
White Josh, and
Yes.
The
group
Which-
has decided you're in love.
Rebecca's like, and this is a welcome distraction. That's Isle.
Yes. Yes.
Like, Thank God.
Yep.
At this point, if Elise walks in, we're all just gonna fall down and die.
Yeah.
Can't do it. Can't do it anymore.
Mhm.
Fish, don't move.
I did have a kind of thing of being like, okay, so their next like mission is probably going to be, getting them out of the sanctuary somewhere. But Cal's going to want to stay in the sanctuary. Metal obviously will want to do the mission. Fish and Isle don't necessarily have a reason to leave the sanctuary again. They like their time as an agent, but I don't know how like willing they would be to go on another thing. And I was like, well, Cal's got this thing with the necromancers, so she's gonna want to leave just to get away from them. Maybe I'll think of a reason that Isle also wants to get away from the
And
sanctuary.
you did it too good.
I did it too good.
Way too
I would
good.
You wanna go?
I originally had the idea of Amy's role, if not the character, as being someone you knew from the town who survived. I was originally going to have her be like a somewhat younger girl who was like coming to the sanctuary, like hunting you down specifically and being like, I know you were involved. And I was like, no, it's more fun if she has like trauma-induced amnesia and she like
Yep.
is a friend of yours and someone you would genuinely like if it weren't for the crushing guilt of what you did to her.
Yeah.
She fully lost a child.
Yep, she lost a husband and
God.
a child.
Jesus Christ. I love that, like, I love the shoe that has to drop at some point, and the way that Metal's like, perhaps I'll help you, maybe, I guess.
Mhm.
I'm definitely gonna not do that, but it is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Like, let me, sure, I'll
Lydia,
help you investigate Isle as a murderer.
Lydia is very like, hey, you can help me, right? And I was like, yeah, cool. And Lydia's like, just to let you know, when I get this information, I will be killing a bunch of people out of her
Killing
van.
them.
And I was like, oh,
Uh,
God.
I'll call you.
I
I'll
mean-
call you.
Does anyone else other than Tops know that she showed up? Like, I'm assuming she also told like the archivist, like, yeah, I want this information so I can find out who
Yeah.
I need to kill.
no,
They were
she
like, yeah,
may have
that's
talked to
cool.
a couple other people. The fact that she knew that, like, oh, there's like an amnesty for people who were on the losing side during the war, rather the other side, is kind of like, oh, that's interesting. That's not necessarily a detail you'd find out just like chatting to people. That more sounds like having a conversation with somebody and they're like, no, you can't go find these people who wronged you and kill them. We have officially signed documents that say you can't do that.
Also, my new meme is Liddy Skullduggery being pissed off that the amnesty is keeping them from murder.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind of purposeful.
I
Damn.
thought of it immediately. I was like, oh, she's the skullduggery. Nice.
And I thought it was also an interesting contrast of being like, Skullduggery knows where the person he wants to kill is and is like willfully holding him back from killing that person all of the time to not ruin his life. And Liddy's like, I don't know where these people are, but I just found out what an amnesty is.
And
I don't
Yeah.
like
I'm
it.
probably gonna kill these people where no one will know that they're gone.
Yeah, we should direct her to Skullduggery.
This is juicy stuff. I love it.
My best friend. Oh, I'm
Wow.
so sorry. My best friend giving me so much information, and everybody else hates him. So now I'm like, man, maybe I am tight with Jamal. Someone's gotta like him.
I love you being like, oh my god, yeah, no. Jesse like hated fish. And Metal was like, what has happened?
Yeah.
Cal has become a mean girl in the span of 1 second.
She's like, I
We
have
already
inside
talked
jokes.
about canonically Fish and Cal are both mean girls.
Metal gets to
Also,
be
I
a little
when
bit of
you
a mean
pointed
girl.
that out, I was like, did Cal do her exhale laugh or did she do an actual real giggle? And I was like, I love so much that one actually like escaped from her. But I was like,
She's laughing. An inside joke I know nothing about. God.
Happened to me.
No. Metal got to have her little mean girl moment by being mean to Delora. I thought that was very fun.
I want
I was-
it.
I
loved it.
You were
I
like,
loved
I
it.
hate that bitch. And
too.
Roland was like, okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yes,
Yeah.
the dynamic of
Gentle bullying.
I can fire you. I can have you fired. Which is the more powerful?
Yeah, being like you can fire me, but I can talk to someone else to get you fired. But then maybe you could talk to someone else in that same circle to keep yourself from being fired. It's like this is too
We're-
much. It's too much like
stuck.
interior games, and
Mental,
neither of you know
yeah.
how much like power the other one has.
She's like, I'm gonna call your aunt on you. And
Yeah.
I'm like,
He's like, I'm gonna call HR.
Yeah. Probably one last thing before we gotta go and
Sure.
get dinner.
Sure,
When
sure.
I was talking to Mads about kind of the
her as well as the family and the society's kind of relationship to Elder Delore. I was like, you need to understand that like she is not even like a particularly powerful sorcerer. Like she is strong for a normal sorcerer, but she's weak for like an elder or a grand mage.
She's
You
not
know, there are
strong
probably
in the real way.
yeah, there are probably other
D-list.
people who are up stronger than her in the sanctuary. But being like Elder Delore is the equivalent of like a senator from Kentucky in the United States, of being like, it does not matter how good you are at being a politician, how good you are at writing a policy, how good you are at like doing your job. What's important is you keep us rich people from paying taxes. Everything else, don't give a shit about. This thing of like, you are one of the most powerful people in the country, but like we put you there,
And you're
and
screwed.
if you flex that power too much, we might be able to take it away from you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I feel like I can't make characters unless I feel like at least a little bit of sympathy or at least understanding of like who they are and why they do the things they do. I do feel a little bit of sympathy for Elder Delore, of being like, you are in an impossible situation of like, if you wanted to make things better, you probably would be stopped from doing so.
Yeah,
I
she's
don't know that you
stuck.
do want to make things better, but you don't
if
have the
you did.
option.
No.
Metal's like, bye. Anyway.
Yep. And I was like, objectively, you suck. Bye.
Are you guys really busy next week? Are we able to have a session? What about you, man?
I have D&D on, or sorry, I have D&D. I have Disney on Tuesday. I have
Tina?
Disney
cheating
on
on us?
Tuesday. There's no way I could ever have two things in my mind at the same time.
There are a lot of people, including DMs, that have like 2 or 3 games going, and I'm like,
Crazy
how?
to me.
Literally how. No, I have Disney on Tuesday.
Gotcha.
Okay.
But I am off Wednesday, and then I think I have one opening shift. So that's
Okay.
2 nights.
Why don't we right now do our availability in the scheduling thing,
Okay.
as Mooney and I can go get dinner.
Yeah.
So
the
I
calendar.
believe the funeral is Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not certain about that, but that's like what's been like, it's probably
Yeah.
Thursday, which is you guys' Wednesday.
Got it.
Let me write it down.
My plan
Oh.
is to not go to the funeral, but only if I can convince my mum to do the same.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if she
That's
goes,
what your mom
I
doing.
will also go.
Been in that situation
Yeah.
before. Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, I'm glad you had fun. It was fun,
Thank you
exciting
to our
session.
incredible actors.
Yes.
Literally amazing. Wow.
Great fun, guys. To make
Great job.
everyone sad. Yeah.
I was gonna say prima diva and then prima, and then I was like, there's not a gender neutral term for diva. But like, yes,
Defects.
divex. Prima
Uh,
diva, prima divex are leading actors.
Be Devo.
Wow, amazing. Amazing.
D-A-U-X.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, we've had snacks, but we gotta eat.
Yes.
Deanna's gotta go to sleep.
I'll see you guys
Billy.
tomorrow.
Eat
Yeah, we'll see you
Oh my
tomorrow.
and you do
God.
your thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
just again, just whenever you need to make the call about which
Yeah.
airline you're gonna be on, just let me know, and I'll do whichever.
It's looking like LAX at the moment. I'll let you know.
Yeah,
but-
and but
Vienna,
I
hold
was
on.
telling Mooney,
Oh, puppy.
because I was
Say
helping
goodnight.
you were telling me all of like your scheduling issues last time. I got the sense that it's like you'll know kind of like as you get closer to the LAX time whether it's
Yeah.
feasible for
Yes.
the
Yes.
Vienna time.
Yeah, the annoying thing is that LAX is at 6:40 and then Anaheim's at 7.
Yeah.
I wish it was the other way around, but
We
it's
gotta
a
make a choice.
baby boy. But yes, I
Oh.
love you guys. Thank you for being amazing, and thank you for being patient
Yeah.
with me. I
Oh.
love you.
And as a reminder, just because this is important, Ink, you are going to send Vienna a dog photo. Okay. Good night, guys.
I mean, yes, Pikmin dog. Yes,
The Pikmin
Right.
dog. Yeah.
yes. Right.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Now I feel like I need ice cream.